Hello everyone, I am True Scary Story Sleep, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The darkness in my apartment feels different now. It's no longer just the absence of light. It's a presence, something dense and watchful that fills the space between objects. My name is Daniel Reeves, and for the past month, I've been waking up at exactly 3:27 a.m. every night. Not by choice, not by alarm. Something wakes me, like a hand gently squeezing my chest until my eyes snap open. And when they do, I'm immediately aware that I'm not alone. Started after I took the remote job at Axiom Technologies. A blessing, I thought. No more commute, no more office politics, just me and my code in the comfort of my one-bedroom apartment in Seattle. The first week was bliss. I'd work until late sleep, until noon, and repeat. My circadian rhythm adjusted to my night owl tendencies, and I felt more productive than ever. Then came that first night. I woke suddenly, my body, rigid heart, pounding against my ribs like it wanted out. My bedroom door was cracked open. I always sleep within a jar. And through that sliver, I could see down the hallway to the living room. A figure stood there, tall, unnaturally thin, motionless, just a silhouette against the dim glow of my router lights. I froze, unable to move, to breathe, to think. After what felt like hours, but must have been minutes, I managed to reach for my phone. The screen lit up. 3:27 a.m. When I looked back up, the figure was gone. I convinced myself it was a hallucination from overwork and too much caffeine. A waking dream. Sleep paralysis. I researched all the possibilities the next day instead of working. But deep down, I knew what I had seen. The second night, I left all the lights on before going to bed. Fat lot of good that did. At 3:27 a.m., I was awake again, and every light in my apartment was off. And there it was, standing at the end of my hallway, a black cutout against a black background, somehow visible in its absolute stillness. I could make out no features, just the suggestion of height and thinness, like a tree stripped of its branches. When I blinked, it vanished. By the third night, I decided to be proactive. I set up my laptop to record the hallway, started a pot of coffee, and determined to stay awake. I lasted until 3:00 a.m. before nodding off on my couch. The footage from that night showed nothing, just an EMP tie hallway until 3:26 a.m., then static until 3:28 a.m., 2 minutes of nothing. I'm a programmer, not some paranormal investigator. I deal in logic, in binary certainties. But this defied explanation. I upgraded to a proper security camera, one with night vision and motion detection. I set it up at the entrance of the hallway, pointing straight toward where the figure appeared. That night, I swallowed 2 caffeine pills and waited. At 3:27 a.m., the camera's feed went dead. Just like that. No warning, no static, just a black screen. And there it stood again, at the end of my hallway. My mouth went bone dry. My skin prickled with sweat despite the cold that seemed to emanate from the figure itself. I tried to speak to challenge it, but my voice caught in my throat. When I finally managed to turn on my phone's flashlight, the beam seemed to bend around where the figure stood, illuminating nothing. For the next week, I tried everything. Multiple cameras from different angles, battery-powered cameras in case it was affecting the electricity. I even asked my neighbor to stay over one night. He saw nothing and slept through the night, while I sat rigid, watching the figure that he somehow couldn't perceive. He suggested I see someone about stress-induced hallucinations. I nodded and never spoke to him again. By week 3, I noticed something that turned my blood to ice water in my veins. The figure was closer, not by much, maybe a foot or two, from its original position, but unmistakably closer to my bedroom. I spent that entire day combing through the camera footage frame by frame. All cameras failed at exactly 3:27 a.m. and resumed at 3:28 a.m. Nothing in between. I started marking the floor with small pieces of tape measuring the distance each night. My suspicions were confirmed. It was advancing exactly 1 step each night. Measuring the distance and calculating the rate, I determined that in exactly 18 more days, it would reach my bedroom door. Sleep became my enemy. I tried staying at hotels at a friend's place, but no matter where I went at 3:27 a.m., I would wake to find myself back in my apartment, in my bed, with the figure in the hallway, even when I was certain I had been elsewhere. Even when my friend swore I'd been passed out on his couch all night, somehow I returned or believed I returned. Reality was becoming elastic, unreliable. I started feeling its presence even during daylight hours. The weight of unseen eyes tracking my movements, the subtle drop in temperature when I walked down the hallway, the way my monitor would sometimes flicker with a tall, dark reflection that disappeared when I turned around. My work suffered. My team lead sent concerned messages about missed deadlines and disjointed code. I made vague excuses about health issues, which wasn't far from the truth. I'd lost 15 lbs. The circles under my eyes were so dark they looked like bruises. My hands shook constantly, making typing a challenge. By day 19, with the figure now halfway down my hallway, I made a desperate decision. I would move not just to another apartment, but to another city. I called in sick, threw essential belongings into my car, and drove south to Portland. I found a hotel, paid in cash, and finally felt a measure of relief. That night, I took a sleeping pill and fell into a dreamless void until 3:27 a.m. My eyes opened to find myself in an unfamiliar room, the hotel, but the layout had somehow rearranged itself. There was now a hallway where the bathroom door should have been, and at the end of it, the figure stood closer than it had been in my apartment. My heart slammed against my ribs so hard I thought they might crack. Bile rose in my throat as the implication sunk in. It had followed me, or I had brought it with me. Either way, distance was no escape. I checked out at dawn and drove further south to a small coastal town. I rented a cabin with no hallways, just a single room with a kitchenette and a bathroom, no corridors, no place for it to stand and watch. That night I wedged a chair under the door knob, closed all the curtains, and kept every light blazing. I didn't expect to sleep, but exhaustion eventually won. 3:27 a.m. My eyes opened to a transformed space. The cabin had stretched walls pulling away to create a narrow corridor where none had existed. And there it stood now, close enough that I could see the suggestion of limbs, too long and too jointed, hanging at its sides. My throat closed up my chest, constricted as if gripped by unseen hands. I couldn't look away. I couldn't move. I could only watch as it remained perfectly still, watching me back from a face I still couldn't see. The next morning I consulted a local psychic, something I would have mocked just a month ago. The old woman listened to my story without interruption, her weathered face giving nothing away. When I finished, she didn't offer rituals or crystals or exorcisms. Instead, she asked why I assumed it meant harm. The question stunned me into silence. I hadn't considered any alternative. Its appearance, its behavior, the visceral fear it triggered, all screamed danger to my primitive brain. She suggested that perhaps it was trying to communicate, not threaten, that my fear was preventing me from understanding its purpose. She recommended that next time I try to remain calm and ask what it wanted. That night, back in the mysteriously elongated cabin, I waited. My heart still raced. My palms still sweated, but I had made a decision. When 3:27 a.m. came and my eyes inevitably opened to its presence, now so close, I could see the unnatural thinness of its form like a shadow stretched by dying light. I forced myself to speak. "What do you want?" My voice cracked, barely audible. It didn't answer, didn't move, but something changed in the air between us. A shift in pressure and intent, and then slowly it raised one impossibly long arm and pointed directly at me. I fled at first light, abandoning most of my belongings. I drove north again, not to Seattle, but to a small mountain town, where I found a vacation rental, a modern A-frame with floor-to-ceiling windows and an open floor plan. No hallways, no corridors, nowhere for it to stand. I called my manager and quit my job. I'd saved enough to last a few months, and my sanity was worth more than any paycheck. I spent the day researching, calling paranormal experts, religious figures, even psychiatrists. Most thought I was crazy. One priest suggested it might be a manifestation of guilt. A psychologist prescribed antipsychotics over a video call. A paranormal investigator wanted to set up equipment in whatever space I was staying, excited by the regularity of the phenomenon. None of them understood the immediacy of my situation. That night would be the 23rd appearance in my apartment. That would have put it at my bedroom door. I stayed awake as long as I could, sitting in the center of the A-frame's main room, lights blazing back to the wall eyes on the entrance. But sometime after 2:00 a.m., despite the energy drinks and fear, I drifted off. 3:27 a.m., my eyes opened, not to the A-frame's open room, but to a familiar hallway that hadn't been there when I fell asleep. My hallway from my Seattle apartment, and at the end of it, no longer at the end, but at my door, stood the figure. It was close enough now that I could see details I'd been spared before. Its limbs bent at odd angles, its head tilted slightly as if curious. Its proportions were human, but wrong, stretched and thinned, like a reflection in a funhouse mirror. And it was holding something in one hand, a small, glowing rectangle, a phone, my phone. With its other hand, it beckoned to me. One long finger curled inward, inviting me to approach. Every instinct screamed to run, but where would I go? It had followed me across cities, through hotel rooms and cabins. It had reshaped reality around itself to reach me. For the first time, I noticed something else. Behind the figure, through what should have been my apartment's living room, was not furniture, but a swirling darkness, like a tunnel spiraling away into nothing. Was this what it wanted to lead me into that void? I had one clarity amidst my terror. Whatever was happening wasn't random. The specific time, the methodical approach to the pointed finger, this thing wanted something from me, specifically me. Shaking, I stood from the bed. The figure remained motionless except for that beckoning finger. I took one step forward, then another. The cold intensified with each step until my breath clouded before me. I reached the doorway where it stood now, close enough to touch, though every cell in my body revolted at the thought. It held out my phone screen, bright in the darkness. I glanced down and saw a text message open from a number I didn't recognize. The timestamp read 3:27 a.m., dated exactly 1 month ago, the night before the first appearance. The message read, We need to talk about what you found in the code. Delete it and forget, or there will be consequences. Memory rushed back like a physical blow. The security vulnerability I discovered buried in Axiom software. The backdoor that allowed access to millions of users' data. I'd reported it internally, then been told to ignore it, that it would be handled. I deleted my findings as instructed and tried to forget. And somehow, I had forgotten. The stress of the incident wiped from my conscious mind. I looked up from the phone to where a face should be and saw only darkness, deeper than the surrounding shadows. The finger pointed again, not at me this time, but at the phone. Without thinking, I took it. The figure stepped aside, revealing not the spiraling void I'd seen before, but my apartment's living room, normal and unchanged. As I walked past, my shoulder brushed against its form. It felt like walking through a cold spot, not solid, but not quite immaterial either, like fog, given the bare suggestion of substance. In my living room, my laptop sat open on the coffee table, glowing with an email draft I didn't remember writing. The recipient was a journalist known for technology exposees. Subject: critical security vulnerability at Axiom Technologies. Attached were files I thought I'd deleted. I turned back toward the hallway, but it was empty. The figure was gone. My phone showed 3:28 a.m. For the first time in weeks, I felt a strange clarity. Fear still coursed through me. I had no illusion that this was over, but it was different now. Focused. The nameless dread had become a specific threat. I sat down at my laptop and began to read what I'd apparently written. And as the words triggered more memories, I understood that I'd known the danger wasn't just to me. Whatever had been visiting me. Hallucination, ghost manifestation of my suppressed conscience, it wasn't finished. It had delivered its message, but the choice was still mine. I know it will return tonight at 3:27 a.m. and every night after that until I make my decision. Send the email and face the human consequences, or delete it again and continue facing something far less human. My fingers hover over the keyboard. The cursor blinks on the send button. It's currently 3:26 a.m. Story 2. The first time it happened, I convinced myself it was just the old house settling. That's what Victorian mansions do. They creak and groan as time slowly digests their wooden bones. But when I pressed my palm against the faded wallpaper of the East Wing's second-floor corridor and heard a child's laughter ripple through my fingertips, I knew Blackwood Manor was something else entirely. Something beyond explanation. Something that shouldn't exist. I've been flipping houses for 15 years. Buy low, renovate, smart, sell high. That's my formula. Simple and profitable. When I found the listing for Blackwood Manor, I knew it was the opportunity I'd been waiting for. Abandoned for nearly 40 years, the sprawling Victorian sat on 3 acres just outside of Salem, Massachusetts. Its price slashed to almost nothing after sitting on the market for years. The photo showed peeling paint, sagging floors, and water damage. But beneath the decay, I saw potential that made my pulse quicken. High ceilings, original woodwork, stained glass transoms, the kind of architectural details that make wealthy buyers salivate. The real estate agent seemed oddly eager to be rid of the property. She barely stepped past the foyer during our tour, her eyes constantly darting to corners of the room as if expecting movement. When I asked about the property's history, she handed me a thin folder containing only the basic information and previous owners' names, then suggested we discuss the paperwork at her office instead. I should have recognized her behavior as the warning it was. Instead, I saw only dollar signs. The mansion at that price would triple my investment after renovations. The work began well enough. I hired a small crew for the major structural repairs, but reserved the detailed restoration work for myself. I've always found satisfaction in bringing craftsmanship back to life with my own hands, sanding down layers of paint to reveal intricate woodwork beneath, or carefully removing damaged plaster to expose the home's original character. My crew seemed unnaturally tense, though. Tools would go missing only to reappear in unlikely places. The temperature would drop suddenly in certain rooms, prompting workers to bundle up despite the summer heat. They whispered among themselves in hushed tones that stopped whenever I approached. 3 weeks into the project, half my crew quit without explanation. The remaining workers followed a week later, mumbling vague excuses about other job opportunities. Their departures hardly concern me. I'd worked alone before and rather enjoyed the solitude. Besides, it meant keeping more of the profit for myself. That's when the walls began to speak. I was removing old wallpaper in what had once been a study when my bare hand brushed against the exposed plaster beneath. A rush of whispers flooded through my palm. Fragments of conversations, snippets of arguments, echoes of laughter, all rippling from the wall into my nervous system like electrical current. I yanked my hand away, heart hammering against my ribs, sweat beating instantly on my forehead, despite the room's persistent chill. Curiosity overcame fear. I pressed my palm flat against the wall again, holding my breath. This time, a woman's voice came through clearly, as if she stood beside me. "Edward, please, you must reconsider." The consequences would be the voice cut off when I pulled away, leaving the sentence forever unfinished. I told myself it was a party trick, some quirk of acoustics that carried voices from nearby homes, but deep down I knew better. The voices carried a hollow quality, like recordings played through ancient speakers, and some used phrases and speech patterns that hadn't been common for a century. I became obsessed with these echoes. Every spare moment found me with hands pressed against different walls throughout the house, collecting fragments of the past like a deranged archivist. I began mapping the house according to the voices I heard. The dining room contained echoes of elaborate dinner parties. The upstairs bedrooms held whispered secrets and soft weeping. The basement walls I avoided after the first attempt left me curled on the floor, shaking uncontrollably for hours afterward. Then in the library, I heard my name. The voice was male, deep and resonant, yet somehow fragile. "Daniel," it whispered through the plaster and into my trembling fingertips. "Daniel, I need your help." My heart seized. I hadn't told anyone my name, not the real estate agent, not the work crew. I'd purchased the property through my LLC. There was no way, no possible way this house should know who I was. I yanked my hand away, backing out of the room on unsteady legs. That night I slept in my truck parked a half-mile down the road. Logic eventually overcame terror. I convinced myself it was coincidence. Perhaps the voice had said a similar name, or maybe one of my crew had mentioned me when I wasn't around. I returned the next day, determined to continue the renovation on schedule. Yet, each time I touched the walls, the same voice returned, more insistent. "Daniel, please. The time draws near. You must help me before it's too late." When I demanded to know who was speaking or what help they needed, the voice offered only cryptic responses about setting things right and revealing the truth. Even more disturbing were the predictions. While removing crown molding in the master bedroom, the wall beneath my fingers suddenly whispered that my sister would call with news. about our father's health. 20 minutes later, my phone rang. It was Sarah telling me Dad had been hospitalized with chest pains. 3 days later, the dining room wall informed me my contractor would arrive unannounced with questions about payment. An hour after that, his truck pulled into the driveway. The predictions grew more specific, more personal. The walls knew things no one could possibly know. Childhood memories I'd never shared. Dreams that had awoken me, sweating in the middle of the night. Fears that lurked in the darkest corners of my mind. My hands began to shake constantly. Dark shadows formed beneath my eyes as sleep became increasingly elusive. Each night I would lie awake listening to the house shift and settle around me, convinced I could hear my name being whispered just below the threshold of hearing. Despite everything I pushed forward with the renovation, I'd invested too much to walk away. When the work was finally complete, I listed the property at a price that would ensure a healthy profit while still attracting immediate interest, and interest came. The listing received dozens of views online within hours, and my phone began ringing with potential buyers eager to tour the property. The first couple seemed perfect, wealthy professionals with appreciation for historical architecture. As I guided them through the rooms, highlighting the restored features and modern amenities, their enthusiasm was palpable. They asked about making an offer before even reaching the second floor. Then the woman brushed her hand against the wall while admiring some woodwork, and her expression changed instantly. She whispered something to her husband, and within minutes, they were making excuses to leave. This pattern repeated with terrifying consistency. Every potential buyer would show initial enthusiasm only to abruptly change their minds during the tour. Some made transparent excuses about the location or layout. Others simply fled without explanation, their faces drained of color. One man actually began weeping in the foyer, refusing to explain why, as he backed toward the door. After the seventh failed showing, I finally asked a buyer directly what the walls had told her. The question slipped out before I could stop myself. She stared at me with an expression of such primal fear that I felt my own heart seize in response. "You know," she whispered, backing away. "You already know what's in there." That night I sat alone in the library, a nearly empty bottle of whiskey on the floor beside me. The house creaked and settled around me, its noises now seeming deliberate, almost conversational. I pressed my palm flat against the wall, no longer startled by the rush of whispers that flooded through my skin. "Why are you doing this?" I demanded. Why are you driving everyone away?" The familiar male voice answered immediately, clearer than ever before. "Because you're the only one who can help me, Daniel." The others wouldn't understand. They wouldn't believe. Believe what my voice cracked with exhaustion and fear, that I'm still here, that I never left, that I've been trapped for so long. A chill ran through me. That had nothing to do with the room's temperature. "Who are you, Robert Blackwood?" The voice replied. "This was my home. I built it with my own hands in 1878, and I need you to find something I hid before the incident." I didn't ask what incident. Some part of me knew I didn't want that answer. Instead, I asked what he needed me to find. The voice guided me to the master bedroom, where it instructed me to pry loose a particular floorboard near the northwest corner. My hands trembled as I worked the board free, revealing a small cavity beneath. Inside lay a leather-bound journal, its pages yellowed with age. The journal contained detailed accounts of Robert Blackwood's experiments with what he called sympathetic resonance, attempts to infuse very walls of his home with emotional energy that could be preserved and later accessed. His entries grew increasingly erratic over time, describing how he had successfully embedded his own consciousness into the house itself as he felt his physical body failing. The final entry, dated June 17, 1892, contained a desperate plea. If you are reading this, then you have heard my voice through the walls. I have waited so long for someone who could listen. My body lies buried in the basement wall, placed there by my own hand as the ultimate experiment. I cannot rest until my remains are properly buried. Please, I beg you, release me from this prison of my own making. My breath caught in my throat. A terrible understanding dawned. The voice had never predicted the future. It had influenced it. Every buyer who touched the walls had heard Blackwood's desperate pleas, felt his trapped energy, and fled in terror. And I had been specifically chosen, groomed, even to be his liberator. The revelation should have sent me running. Instead, I found myself moving toward the basement stairs, journal clutched in my sweating hand, drawn by a compulsion I couldn't explain. The basement walls hummed with energy as I approached. A low vibration I could feel in my teeth and bones. I won't describe what I found behind the north wall of the basement. I won't detail the hours I spent with shovel and pickaxe, nor what remained of Robert Blackwood after more than a century entombed in plaster and brick. Some things are better left unwritten, even in a confession like this one. I buried him properly in the woods behind the property beneath an ancient oak tree. I spoke no words over the grave. What could possibly be said as the last shovel full of dirt fell into place? A profound silence descended over Blackwood Manor. For the first time since I purchased the property, the walls were truly quiet. The house sold 3 weeks later to a young couple who marveled at the peaceful energy of the place. They never heard whispers in the walls or predictions of things to come. They never felt watched or followed as they moved from room to room. The commission from the sale sits mostly untouched in my bank account. I've given up flipping houses. These days I work construction new builds only with fresh lumber and drywall that has no history, no memory, no voice. I wear gloves on every job site, thick leather barriers between my skin and the materials I handle. At night, I sleep with my hands curled into fists pulled tight against my chest, terrified of what might seep into my dreams should my fingers accidentally brush against the wall beside my bed. Because sometimes, in the moments between wakefulness and sleep, I swear I can hear Robert Blackwood's voice whispering just beyond the threshold of hearing, not from the walls, but from somewhere much closer, from somewhere inside me, thanking me for setting him free and promising that we'll never be apart again. Story 3. It started with a wrongness I couldn't quite place, a visual dissonance in the pixels, a misalignment of light and dark that gnawed at the edges of my professional pride. Also, I'd spent 15 years capturing urban nightscapes, mastering the interplay of artificial light and natural shadow. I knew instinctively when something was off, even if I couldn't immediately identify what. This wrongness, however, was different. Not a technical error or equipment malfunction, but something fundamentally incorrect about reality itself. The first time I noticed it was during post-processing of a series taken at Westlake Tower, 3:00 in the morning. The financial district abandoned to shadows in the occasional passing headlight. I'd set up on the corner of A and Pine, capturing the gleaming glass monolith against the night sky. The shots were technically perfect, Crisp focus, ideal exposure, the composition exactly as I'd envisioned. Yet something pulled at my attention, a visual splinter I couldn't extract. Then I saw it, my own shadow cast by a nearby streetlight, extended across the sidewalk in the frame, but it stretched in the wrong direction, away from the light source, rather than away from it. Physics turned inside out. I assumed it was some trick of perspective, perhaps reflections from the glass-faced buildings creating an optical illusion. I noted it as a curiosity and continued editing. 3 days later, reviewing shots from the harbor, with its mercury lamps illuminating the docks, I saw it again, my shadow falling in opposition to natural law. This time I checked the raw files, convinced I'd somehow mirrored the image during import. The metadata confirmed no such alteration. The wrongness was in the original capture. Troubled, I began examining my archive, scrolling backward through time. Recent projects all showed the same phenomenon, my shadow extending toward light sources rather than away from them. Further back, everything appeared normal. The dividing line was exact. 3 months ago, everything prior showed normal shadow behavior. Everything after showed this inverted impossibility. What happened 3 months ago? The Greenfield Cemetery shoot, a commission from the Historical Society to document the abandoned 19th century graveyard before its scheduled renovation. Nothing unusual had occurred during the shoot itself. A cool autumn night, the waning moon providing just enough illumination to accentuate the worn headstones and overgrown paths. I'd spent 4 hours capturing the forgotten place, the only sounds being the distant highway drone and occasional rustle of nocturnal animals in the underbrush. Yet something had changed that night. Something had followed me home. I tried discussing the phenomenon with my colleague Marcus. He examined the photos, his expression shifting from interest to poorly concealed concern. He suggested overwork, eye strain, or perhaps a visual migraine affecting my perception. When I insisted he could see it too right there in the digital files, he ended our meeting early, suggesting I take some time off. The way he glanced at me before leaving made it clear he saw nothing wrong with the images. The abnormality was invisible to him, or perhaps to everyone but me. That night, working in my dark room, developing film prints from another project, I first sensed movement at the periphery of my vision. A darkness shifting independently of my own motions, visible only when I wasn't looking directly at it. The red safe light cast elongated shadows across the workspace, but one particular shadow seemed deeper than the others, more substantial, more intentional. Sleep became elusive after that. I'd wake at odd hours, the certainty of another presence in my apartment overwhelming. The building would be silent, the pre-dawn darkness absolute, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me from the deepest shadows. My heart would pound, so violently. I could feel it in my throat, my skin slick with cold sweat, despite the winter chill. On several occasions, I swore I caught a glimpse of my own silhouette, standing in the corner of the bedroom. Though I remained motionless under the covers, the rational part of my brain suggested getting checked for neurological issues. Perhaps a small stroke or developing tumor could explain the visual anomalies and growing paranoia. The MRI came back clean. The neurologist found nothing wrong with my visual cortex or perception. She asked about my stress levels and sleeping habits, then recommended anti-anxiety medication and cognitive behavioral therapy. I filled the prescription but left the pills untouched on my bathroom counter. The shadow wasn't a delusion. It was there in the photographic evidence, empirical and undeniable, at least to me. I began researching shadow phenomena, diving into increasingly obscure corners of folklore and paranormal studies. Most accounts describe shadow people as external entities, dark, humanoid figures that observed from a distance. None mentioned a person's own shadow, behaving independently. Yet I found scattered references across disparate cultures to the concept of the shadow self-Aungyen archetype, representing the aspects of our psyche we deny or repress, the material aspects of ourselves we refuse to acknowledge. The full moon marked 100 days since the cemetery shoot. That night, I decided to confront whatever was happening directly. I set up a simple experiment in my living room: a white backdrop, a single directional light source, and my best digital camera on a tripod. I positioned myself between the light and backdrop, knowing my shadow should fall directly behind me onto the white surface. I triggered the camera's timer and stood motionless. The resulting image stopped my breath. On the backdrop were two distinct shadows, all summed. One fell precisely where physics dictated it should, directly behind me. The other, identical in outline, but somehow deeper, more substantial, extended in the opposite direction toward the light, rather than away from it. But the second shadow's posture was subtly different. Shoulders more hunched, head tilted at an angle I couldn't have maintained during the exposure. I deleted the image immediately, my finger trembling against the camera's controls. The deletion didn't matter. The truth was already seared into my consciousness. Whatever this was, it was growing stronger, more distinct, more separate from me. Over the subsequent weeks, I abandoned my night shoots, focusing instead on daylight photography, where shadows were minimized by omnidirectional light. But even in broad daylight, in crowded public spaces, where I should have felt safe, I couldn't escape the sensation of being followed by something just beyond my field of vision. My reflection in store windows and mirrored surfaces seemed delayed by milliseconds, as if struggling to keep pace with my movements. Sometimes I caught my reflection performing gestures I hadn't made, a subtle twist of the wrist fingers spread in unfamiliar patterns. My commissioned work suffered. Clients noted a newfound darkness in my compositions, an unsettling quality they hadn't requested. The renowned architectural firm that had contracted me for years suggested taking a break from our arrangement. My agent stopped returning calls. Income dwindled, but financial concerns seemed trivial compared to the relentless psychological siege I was under. The nature of the shadow began to change. In the earliest photos, it had been merely inverted, a physical impossibility, but otherwise identical to what my actual shadow should have been. Now it was developing its own characteristics. In newer images, the silhouette appeared taller limbs, longer, and somehow more angular than my own. The head shape remained recognizably human, but occasionally seemed to distort, stretching upward into an elongated form no human skull could maintain. Sleep deprivation and isolation took their toll. I lost weight, my clothes hanging from increasingly prominent bones. Dark circles formed permanent residences beneath my eyes. I avoided mirrors, unable to face the stranger who looked back at me with hollow eyes and sallow skin, and always, just behind that reflection, the suggestion of movement, of presence. Last night marked the second full moon since my discovery. I hadn't intended to go out. I'd barely left my apartment in weeks, but the walls seemed to press inward, the shadows in the corners deepening, despite every light being illuminated. I grabbed my camera, more from habit than intent, and descended to the street, drawn to the familiar ritual of nighttime photography, like a drowning man to a floating plank. Downtown was deserted, the bitter February cold having driven even the most determined revelers indoors. I wandered aimlessly, at first, then found myself heading toward the waterfront, where the city lights reflected off the black water of the bay. The moon hung full and heavy overhead, casting everything in silvered monochrome. I set up near the abandoned ferry terminal, its Art Deco facade lending dramatic shadows to my composition. Through my viewfinder, I noticed something unusual in the frame. On the terminal's exterior wall, visible in stark relief against the pale stonework, was a human silhouette. My silhouette, though I stood nowhere near that wall. As I watched, frozen in horrified fascination, the silhouette raised one arm in a beckoning gesture. My first instinct was to run, but some deeper compulsion held me in place. Instead, I raised my camera and began shooting, documenting what unfolded. The shadow figure separated completely from the wall, becoming three-dimensional, a void in human shape moving across the concrete plaza toward me. Each step it took seemed to draw it more fully into our reality, the darkness acquiring weight and substance. It stopped 10F from me close enough that I could make out the details of its form. It was my exact height, my build, even mimicking my stance. But its proportions were subtly wrong, as if someone had described me to a sculptor who'd never actually seen me. It had no features I could discern, just absolute darkness and human shape. Yet I could feel it observing me with an intelligence that radiated malice. I didn't run. Some part of me recognized the futility of physical escape from something that had followed me through the lens of my camera, that had crossed the boundary between image and reality. Instead, I raised my camera like a shield and began capturing rapid fire exposures, the flash strobing across the plaza and rhythmic bursts. Each flash seemed to cause the figure pain. It writhed and retreated slightly, its form becoming less substantial, more transparent. Understanding dawned. This thing existed in shadow, in the absence of light. I advanced on it, still shooting each burst of artificial light, pushing it further back toward the terminal wall. When it reached the wall, something extraordinary happened. Rather than being stopped by the solid surface, the figure began sinking into it, becoming once again a two-dimensional shadow on the concrete. But instead of disappearing completely, it separated into multiple, smaller shadows that scattered across the wall, surface like spilled ink, disappearing into the cracks and seams of the aged structure. I stood alone in the plaza, my breath forming clouds in the frigid air camera still raised. The display showed the last image captured the terminal wall, ordinary and empty of anomalies. I scrolled through the sequence, finding nothing but properly exposed architectural shots. No trace of the shadow entity. Had I hallucinated the entire encounter? Then I noticed something. In each successive image, my own shadow grew fainter, less substantial, until in the final shots, it was barely perceptible against the concrete. I turned slowly to look at the ground behind me, where the moonlight should have projected my silhouette. There was nothing there, no shadow at all. I've spent the day reviewing the images, examining them pixel by pixel, searching for some explanation. The logical part of my mind suggests extreme fatigue, perhaps even a psychotic break. Yet I cannot deny what the evidence shows or fails to show. Something fundamental has changed in the relationship between myself and reality. Tonight, as I write this, I've positioned myself in the center of my living room, surrounded by high-intensity photography lights, eliminating all possible shadows. Yet I can still sense it watching from some impossible angle, from spaces between light and darkness that shouldn't exist, waiting. I understand now what happened at the cemetery 3 months ago. Those forgotten graves, those abandoned monuments to lives once lived. They weren't merely subjects for my art. They were thresholds. In capturing them through my lens, I'd inadvertently opened a passage between worlds. What comes through such passages isn't always what we expect. Sometimes it's not an external entity at all, but rather something that's been part of us all along, patiently waiting for the right conditions to assert its independence. Jung called it the shadow self. I call it my inverted shadow. The lights will burn out eventually. Bulbs die. Power fails. Darkness always returns. And when it does, I suspect I'll find myself face to face with my own silhouette, finally fully separated from me, no longer content to exist only in photographic inversions and peripheral glimpses. I don't know what happens then, whether it will replace me entirely stepping into my life, while I'm relegated to the two-dimensional existence it's escaping, or perhaps something worse, emerging a reclamation of the aspects of myself I've spent a lifetime denying and suppressing. All I know for certain is this: I've stopped casting a shadow in the conventional sense, but something with my shape continues to move through the world, growing stronger with each passing day, and it's learning to exist in the light. Story 4. The moment I brought that radio home, something in my apartment changed. Not visibly. No, the changes were subtler than that. The air felt denser, as if charged with an electric current that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. A 1940s Philco vacuum tube radio, its walnut casing gleaming under decades of careful polishing, sat innocuously on my shelf among other vintage collectibles. I'd paid more than I should have at the estate auction, but pieces that pristine rarely came on the market. The elderly auctioneer had hesitated when handing it over, his weathered fingers lingering on the wood, as if reluctant to release it. He'd mumbled something about the original owner being troubled, but such stories often accompanied antiques. They added to the mystique, to the value. I didn't expect it to work. It was a display piece, a conversation starter. That's why when I heard it crackling to life at 3:14 a.m., 3 nights after bringing it home, I nearly fell out of bed. My heart hammered against my ribs as I stumbled through the darkness toward the sound. The radio's dial glowed an unnatural blue, not the warm amber I'd expect from vintage equipment, and turned slowly, methodically, with no hand guiding it. Static hissed from the speaker building to a crescendo before clearing suddenly like parting fog. 2 voices emerged, a man and a woman, their tones casual as if in mid-con conversation. I stood frozen confusion giving way to primal fear as I realized what they were discussing. Keeps his mother's letters in the false bottom of his desk drawer, the woman was saying, her voice tinged with amusement. Reads them when he feels particularly alone, which is most nights lately. My blood turned to ice. Letters, no one knew about them. I'd never told anyone. And did you notice? The man replied. He wore the same shirt twice this week, the blue one, with the coffee stain on the cuff that he thinks no one can see. I looked down at my arm in horror. Fingers automatically moving to the small brown stain I'd tried, unsuccessfully, to remove just yesterday. They continued dissecting my life. Mundane details no one could possibly know. The argument I'd had with my boss. The recurring dream about drowning that had plagued me since childhood. The fact that I sometimes whispered my ex-fiance's name in my sleep. My fingers trembled as I reached for the power cord, yanking it from the wall. The voices continued, uninterrupted. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I turned the dial. Changed frequencies, even removed the back panel to disconnect the internal wiring. Nothing stopped them. He's trying to silence us, the woman observed with a laugh that raised goosebumps on my flesh. It won't work. No. Her companion agreed, but we should tell him about next Tuesday. He should be prepared. My mouth went dry. What about Tuesday? I asked aloud, surprising myself. The radio fell silent, below fading to black. The next morning I convinced myself it had been a vivid nightmare. Stress, induced perhaps. The new acquisition had put a strain on my finances, and work had been demanding. Lack of sleep could cause hallucinations. There were logical explanations. This rationalization lasted until dusk, when the radio activated again while I was preparing dinner. The knife slipped from my grasp, clattering against the tile as those same voices filtered through my apartment. This time, they discussed my childhood, recounting incidents I'd half forgotten. The time I'd broken my arm, falling from a tree. My first kiss behind the gymnasium. The night my father left, I grabbed my phone, hands shaking so violently I could barely press record. For nearly 10 minutes, I captured the broadcast pulse racing as they moved from past events to my current thoughts, verbatim descriptions of anxieties I'd never articulated aloud. When they finished, I played back the recording. Static, pure, uninterrupted. Static. I tried again the next night with professional equipment borrowed from a sound engineer friend, claiming I needed to record ambient noise for a personal project. Same result. The voices came through clear as crystal to my ears, but the recording contained nothing but electronic hiss. My friend Marcus visited that weekend, and I nearly collapsed with relief at having a witness. When the radio initiated its nightly broadcast, I sat him directly in front of it, watching his face intently for a reaction. He looked at me with growing concern as I described the voices I was hearing, voices that to him were non-existent. The radio emitted no sound whatsoever. Maybe you should see someone, he suggested gently, his eyes darting toward the door. His discomfort was palpable, and I didn't blame him. I'd become gaunt eyes sunken from sleepless nights spent listening to strangers narrate my existence. After he left, the woman's voice emerged again, this time without the static prelude. "Your friend thinks you're losing your mind," she said, her tone almost sympathetic. "Perhaps you are." All the fear that had been my constant companion transformed, hardening into something like anger. I grabbed the radio, fully intending to smash it against the wall, but as my muscles tensed for destruction, the man spoke his words, stopping me cold. "You won't do it," he said confidently, "because deep down, you're afraid we'll simply find another way to reach you. And you're right." My arms went limp, the radio suddenly heavy as lead. I placed it back on the shelf with trembling hands, knowing they were right. Destroying it would solve nothing. Days bled into nights as I became a prisoner to their broadcast schedule. Sometimes they'd remain silent for nearly a week, leaving me in a state of nervous anticipation. Other times, they'd transmit multiple times daily, their commentary becoming increasingly invasive. They began making predictions, small ones at first, the exact amount of my electric bill. Before the statement arrived, the name of a new client. Before my boss announced it, the precise wording of an email I would receive the following morning. They were never wrong. I started writing everything down in a leather-bound journal, documenting each broadcast, each prediction, searching for patterns or explanations. My apartment walls disappeared beneath maps, printouts about radio frequencies, and articles on psychological phenomena. I researched the history of the estate where I'd purchased the radio, learning that the previous owner, Dr. Eleanor Weiss, had been a physicist specializing in quantum mechanics before suffering a nervous breakdown. She'd become obsessed with the concept of parallel realities, bleeding into one another, claiming to have built a device that could tune into alternate timelines. The medical examiner had ruled it natural causes, but neighbors reported hearing her screaming about voices from the radio in the weeks before her death. My hands left sweat marks on the newspaper clipping as I read this. My mouth felt like sandpaper. That night they told me about the accident that would happen on my drive to work. They described the intersection, the color of the truck that would run the red light, the exact moment of impact. Their voices remained casual, as if discussing the weather, as they detailed how the metal would crumple around me. I called in sick the next day, and the next. Eventually, I stopped leaving my apartment altogether. Sleep became a distant memory. When exhaustion finally claimed me, I jerk awake to their voices, discussing my dreams in real time. My reflection in the bathroom mirror became unrecognizable. Hollow cheeks, bloodshot eyes, skin sallow and papery. My hand trembled as I traced the premature lines etching themselves into my face. You look terrible, the woman observed during one broadcast. You should take better care of yourself. It won't matter soon, the man replied. Next month will change everything. I screamed at them, then demanding to know what they meant, begging for clear answers. For the first time, they addressed me directly. We're not causing these events, the woman explained patiently. We're merely observing, reporting. That's our function. Who are you? I whispered, throat raw. You know who we are, the man replied. You've always known. And somehow, in that moment, I did know. The realization crashed over me like ice water, sending violent tremors through my body. I recognized their voices at last, distorted, altered, but unmistakable. They were my... Scientists say that time isn't linear, but exists all at once, past, present, and future simultaneously occurring in some incomprehensible dimension. What if consciousness could somehow access that dimension? What if it could fold back on itself, creating a loop where future versions communicate with past iterations? Or perhaps more terrifying, what if our minds can fragment, creating observers that stand outside our timeline, watching and commenting on our existence like sportscasters, narrating a game already played? Dr. Weiss hadn't built a device to tune into alternate realities. She'd discovered something far worse, a frequency where consciousness becomes untethered from linear experience. I sit now in perfect darkness, the radio silent for 72 hours, the longest it's ever gone. My journal is nearly full. The last entry details their most disturbing prediction, yet that I will voluntarily return the radio to the auction house, passing it to another collector, another victim. That I will say nothing about its properties, just as the previous owner's estate had remained silent. They insist I'll do this next week, that the burden will become too great, that I'll choose to release myself by condemning another. My hand hovers over the radio fingers, tracing the smooth wooden curves. I could end this drive to the quarry and throw it into the deepest part where no one would ever find it. Or I could take it to a lab, have it dissected by experts who might understand the physics behind this nightmare. But even as these thoughts form, I hear their voices in my head, no longer needing the radio to reach me. They're amused by my deliberations, already knowing what choice I'll make. The auctioneer's hesitation makes sense now. The troubled look in his eyes. He knew just as I will know when I hand this curse to its next keeper. The radio crackles to life again, and I don't flinch anymore. I've accepted what I've become. Not just listener, but broadcaster, not just victim, but perpetuator. I pick up my pen and turn to a fresh page in my journal, ready to transcribe their latest transmission. My transmission. The voices are clearer now, more familiar. They're beginning to sound just like me. Story 5. The feeling of being watched never announces itself. It creeps in silently, settling between your shoulder blades like a cold finger tracing your spine. That's how it started for me. Not with a bang or a scream, but with an almost imperceptible sense that something was wrong with my reflection in the peephole across the hall. Something was wrong with me. I'm an architect by trade. I notice details others miss. Slight asymmetries, spatial incongruities, the subtle ways light plays against surfaces. My professional paranoia, I call it. So when I moved into apartment 7B at the Montrose, a renovated pre-war building, downtown, I naturally cataloged every crack in the ceiling, every uneven floorboard, every peculiar shadow. What I failed to notice at first was how the building was observing me right back. The Montrose appealed to me immediately. High ceilings, clean lines, and most importantly, solitude. After my breakup with Eliza, I craved anonymity, a place where I could rebuild myself without witnesses. The real estate agent mentioned something about the building's unique history about renovations that had altered its original floor plan, but I was too captivated by the light streaming through the tall windows to pay much attention. I signed the lease that day. My first week passed uneventfully. I unpacked my sparse belongings, arranged my drafting table by the east window, and established a meticulously regular routine. Wake at 6:15, shower until 6:30, coffee until 6:45, leave for work at 7:10 precisely. Regularity provides control, and control was what I desperately needed. It was on the 8th day that I first noticed him, the man across the hall. I was locking my door keys, jingling in my hand, when I caught a movement in my peripheral vision. Apartment 7A's door closed with a soft click. I glimpsed only a silhouette male about my height, wearing what appeared to be a gray coat similar to my own. Something about his movement felt familiar, like watching myself in a department store mirror. I dismissed the thought immediately. Sleep deprivation was making me fanciful. That evening, curiosity led me to peer through my peephole at precisely 7:43 p.m. The door to 7A opened, and my neighbor returned home. Same height, same posture, same gray coat, same leather messenger bag slung over his right shoulder just as I carried mine. His head was turned away as he unlocked his door, but something about the angle of his neck, the way he slightly hunched his shoulders, it was unsettlingly familiar. 3 more days passed and I began to take note of his schedule. He left at 7:10 a.m. He returned at 7:43 p.m. Exactly when I did. Exactly as I did. Even the way he fumbled with his keys mirrored my own habitual struggle with the stubborn lock. Once I delayed my departure by 15 minutes, watching through the peephole. At 7:25, his door opened. He was wearing a blue shirt. I looked down at my own torso, the same blue Oxford cloth. My skin prickled with goose flesh. Coincidence, I told myself. Downtown professionals keep similar hours. We shop at the same stores. Nothing more. But the similarities continued mounting like evidence at a crime scene. His gait matched mine. That slight favor to the right leg from an old college injury. When it rained, he carried the same black umbrella. When I ordered takeout from the Thai place around the corner, I'd hear his door open. Minutes after mine, closed the same distinctive aroma of pad Q, wafting across the hall. I began altering my routine deliberately. I left at 6:45 one morning. Through the peephole, I watched his door remain closed until 6:46 when he emerged, briefcase in hand, just as I had altered mine to a briefcase that day instead of my usual messenger bag. The correlation was too perfect to be coincidence, too bizarre to be intentional mimicry. A cold sweat broke across my forehead, my heart hammering against my ribs as if trying to escape. 2 weeks into this unwelcome pattern, I resolved to confront him. On a Friday evening, I waited by my door, ear pressed against the wood, listening for his return. At 7:43 precisely, I heard the elevator chime, followed by measured footsteps down the carpeted hall. I counted to 3, then yanked my door open. The hallway was empty. My breath caught. I heard a door click shut. Apartment 7A. I crossed the hall in 3 strides and knocked firmly. No response. I knocked again, harder, my knuckles smarting against the polished wood. Silence. The peephole darkened momentarily, as if someone had looked through from the other side, then lightened again. My mouth went dry. I pounded on the door, calling out that I just wanted to introduce myself, that I was his neighbor. The words sounded hollow in the vacant hallway. Nothing. That night I didn't sleep. I sat by my own door peephole uncovered watching 7A. The light beneath his door shut off at 11:17 p.m., the exact moment I usually turned in. My spine tingled with an electric current of dread. The next morning, I waited until I heard his door open, counted to 10, then emerged. The hallway was empty again. This game of cat and mouse continued for 3 more days until my nerves were afraid to breaking. I needed answers. I approached Mrs. Liowitz in apartment 5C, an elderly woman who had mentioned being on the building's tenant board when I first moved in. With my most charming smile, I casually inquired about my neighbor across the hall. Her expression shifted subtly, eyes narrowing with something between suspicion and concern. She informed me in a hushed tone that sent ice water through my veins that apartment 7A had been vacant for nearly 2 years. The previous tenant, a young lawyer, had moved out abruptly. Something about the way she avoided my gaze suggested there was more to the story, but she merely patted my arm and advised me to speak with building management if I had concerns. My heart pounded painfully as I rode the elevator back to the 7th floor. I pressed my eye to the peephole the moment I returned, staring at the supposedly empty apartment across the hall. As if on cue, the door opened, and he emerged, my doppelganger. Wearing the same navy sweater I had chosen that morning, carrying the same worn copy of Architectural Digest I had tucked under my arm. My breath came in short, painful gasps. I stumbled back from the door, bile rising in my throat. This couldn't be happening. I was seeing things. I was losing my mind. The stress of the breakup, the isolation of the new apartment. It was all catching up to me. That evening I spoke with the building superintendent, a heavy-set man named Mark, with perpetually oil-stained hands. Keeping my voice casual, I asked about apartment 7A. Without looking up from the pipe he was fixing, he confirmed what Mrs. Labowitz had said. The apartment had been vacant since March of last year. The owner was some investment firm that kept it empty for tax purposes, or so the rumor went. No one had access except building management. Was there a problem? I mumbled something about hearing noises, then retreated to my apartment, my mind racing. I knew what I had seen. I wasn't hallucinating. There was something across the hall that looked like me moved, like me dressed like me, and nobody else could see it. That night, I made a decision. I ordered a small wireless security camera online, paying extra for next day delivery. When it arrived, I installed it discreetly in the hallway, angled to capture both my door and apartment 7A. The camera uploaded footage directly to my phone. Now I would have proof. For the next 3 days, I watched the footage obsessively. Each morning, my door would open at 7:10, and I would emerge, lock my door, and head toward the elevator. At 7:43 each evening, I would return. But there was never anyone entering or leaving apartment 7A, not once. On the fourth day, something changed. I was sitting at my drafting table, working on a design, when my phone alerted me to movement in the hallway. I checked the time, 2:37 p.m. I was obviously inside my apartment. I grabbed my phone hands, trembling. The footage showed me unmistakably me exiting apartment 7B, locking the door, and walking toward the elevator. I was wearing the clothes I had on at that very moment: gray slacks, white shirt, sleeves rolled to the elbows. I dropped the phone as if it had burned me, then scrambled to pick it up again, rewatching the footage. It couldn't be, but there I was. I ran to my door and flung it open. The hallway was empty. I checked the security camera, still in place, still recording. I rewatched the footage again. There was no glitch, no digital artifact. It showed me leaving an apartment I was still inside. My breath came faster, my vision narrowing as panic set in. I slammed the door shut and locked it, then pushed my heaviest bookcase in front of it. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. My reflection in the window looked pale, haunted, a stranger wearing my face. That night I didn't approach the door. I huddled on my sofa, lights on, watching the camera feed on my phone. At 7:43 p.m. the alert chimed. I watched, harden my throat as I, or something wearing my shape, approached apartment 7B from the elevator, unlocked the door with my key, and entered. But I was still on the sofa. I hadn't moved. Sleep was impossible. My mind cycled through explanations, each more implausible than the last. A look-alike, an elaborate prank, a mental breakdown. None fit the evidence before me. In the morning, blur-eyed and half delirious, I made a desperate decision. I would confront whatever was happening head on. At 7:09 a.m., I positioned myself by the peephole, watching for my double to emerge from 7A. Nothing happened. Confused, I checked my camera feed and felt my blood freeze. The footage showed me exiting apartment 7B at 7:10 a.m., right on schedule. But I was still inside, eye pressed against the peephole. My legs gave out. I collapsed against the door, sliding to the floor, a cold sweat drenching my shirt. The implications were too terrible to contemplate. Either I was completely detached from reality, or something impossible was happening in the Montreux. I called in sick to work and spent the day researching the building's history. The Montreux was built in 1923, originally designed as a hotel before being converted to apartments in the 1950s. It had undergone major renovations in 2018, which had included reconfiguring the 7th floor. What caught my attention was a small news item from during the renovation. A construction worker had reported strange occurrences, claiming to have seen himself walking down hallways he hadn't been in. He'd quit shortly after, citing mental health concerns. My mouth went dry. There was something wrong with the building itself. Something in its reconfigured architecture that bent reality like light through a prism. I returned to the camera footage, studying it, frame by frame. Something wasn't right about the images of me entering and leaving. The movements were precise, too precise, like a recording played back at perfect fidelity. And sometimes in certain frames, the figure's edges seemed to blur slightly, as if it wasn't fully present in the physical world. That night, I wedged a chair under my door knob and took sleeping pills to force my exhausted body into unconsciousness. I dreamed of endless hallways of doors that opened onto mirrors, of stepping through thresholds only to find myself back where I started. I woke gasping at 3:17 a.m., the room spinning around me. Something had pulled me from sleep. A noise. I strained my ears in the darkness. There it was again. A soft scraping sound at my door, like a key searching for a lock. My heart slammed against my ribcage. I fumbled for my phone, checking the camera feed with trembling fingers. The hallway was empty, but the scratching continued. Metal against metal, followed by the unmistakable sound of my lock turning. The chair under the doorknob shuddered. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move, could only watch as the doorknob slowly rotated the chair leg, squeaking against the floor as pressure was applied from the other side. The wood began to splinter. In that moment of pure terror, clarity struck me like a lightning bolt. The building's renovation hadn't just changed its physical structure, it had somehow altered its metaphysical one as well. The walls between apartment 7A and 7B weren't just physical barriers. They were boundaries between realities, between versions of the same space superimposed on each other. And I wasn't seeing my neighbor across the hall. I was seeing myself in a parallel existence, a timeline slightly out of sync with my own. The chair cracked ominously. I had seconds at most. Acting on desperate instinct, I lunged for the light switch and flooded the apartment with brightness. The pressure on the door instantly ceased. The hallway camera showed nothing. I spent the remaining hours until dawn, with every light blazing, researching quantum physics, dimensional theory, anything that might explain what was happening. By morning, I had a theory. Incomplete, terrifying, but better than madness. The Mantros existed in multiple states simultaneously, like Schrodinger's apartment building. The renovation had somehow created a fault line between realities. My apartment 7B existed in my reality, but it also existed as 7A in another reality, superimposed over this one. I wasn't seeing my neighbor. I was seeing myself from another dimensional plane, one where the apartment numbers were reversed. But something had gone wrong. The barriers were thinning, the versions were becoming aware of each other, and one version, the one that came scratching at my door in the night, wanted resolution, wanted unity, wanted to be the only one. I couldn't stay. Whatever was happening would only escalate. That morning I packed a single bag and left the Montrose, checking into a hotel across town. I submitted my resignation to the firm by email, citing personal emergency. I contacted a realtor about breaking my lease, explaining I had to relocate immediately for work. 2 weeks later, after staying in various hotels, never the same one for more than 2 nights, I found a new apartment in a different city, simple, modern built, 5 years ago, with no renovations, no history, no apartment across the hall. My door faces a blank wall, but sometimes in the moments between wakefulness and sleep, I think I hear footsteps in the hallway perfectly in sync with my breathing. And occasionally, when I glance quickly at my bathroom mirror, I could swear the reflection hesitates for just a fraction of a second before mimicking my movements. I try not to think about what might be thinning the barriers between here and there, about whether I'm actually the version that got away or the one that followed. Story 6. The first memory that wasn't mine came on a Tuesday. I was reviewing EEG patterns in my office when the fluorescent lights above me transformed into swaying willow branches, their shadows dancing across a lake I'd never seen. For 17 seconds, I timed it later, when it happened again. I was completely transported, feeling the warm breeze against my skin, smelling algae and wet earth. When reality snapped back, a single thought remained. Martha loves this place, but I didn't know any Martha. Was Dr. Daniel Reeves, a neurologist specializing in consciousness studies, at Blackwood Neurological Institute. 3 months ago, I volunteered for our groundbreaking neural synchronization trial. The procedure was non-invasive targeted electromagnetic pulses designed to enhance neuroplasticity and potentially unlock dormant cognitive abilities. The irony doesn't escape me now. I had imagined expanding my own consciousness, not becoming a vessel for someone else's. The Institute sits on the edge of the city, a brutalist concrete structure with narrow windows that remind me of prison cells. I've worked there for 8 years, but after that first memory intrusion, the familiar corridors began to feel hostile. The constant hum of equipment became a whisper. The sterile smell of disinfectant started to carry undertones of something organic, rotting. Within a week, the episodes increased in frequency and duration. I found myself suddenly knowing how to solve complex equations using methods I'd never studied. My fingers began to tap rhythmically on surfaces, playing phantom piano pieces with perfect technique, though I've never touched a piano in my life. One evening, I answered my Chinese food delivery entirely in fluent Mandarin, the words flowing effortlessly from my mouth, while my conscious mind observed in horror. The connection to patient 17 wasn't immediately obvious. He had been admitted 6 months prior after a traumatic brain injury left him in a persistent vegetative state. His real name was Robert Chen, a concert pianist and mathematics professor. We had administered the same neural synchronization protocol to him 3 days before my own procedure, hoping to stimulate neural regeneration. According to all measurable criteria, the treatment had failed. I began documenting each episode with scientific detachment, a futile attempt to maintain control. The pattern was undeniable. Each new memory or skill acquisition corresponded with minute improvements in Robert's condition. A flicker of a REM sleep after I dreamed of performing Chopin's Nocturne in E flat major at Carnegie Hall. Increased neural activity in his language centers after I found myself unconsciously reading Chinese newspapers. His physician, Dr. Emerson, was baffled by the sudden progress. The lab, where we conducted the experiment, became a place of dread. I found myself avoiding the east wing where Robert lay, monitored by countless machines. Yet I was drawn there too, compelled by a horrifying curiosity. I would stand at the observation window watching his motionless form and feel an unnatural connection stretching between us like a tether, sometimes in the reflection of the glass. I could swear his eyes were open and looking back at me, though when I turned to check, he remained unchanged. My apartment offered no refuge. I began waking up in strange positions, seated upright at my kitchen table, hands positioned as if playing piano, or standing before the bathroom mirror, reciting Chinese poetry. I installed cameras that captured these nocturnal activities, confirming my worst fears. During these episodes, my movements were precise, confident, nothing like my own awkward gestures. The most disturbing incident occurred when I found myself completing a complex theorem in Robert's journal, a problem he had apparently been working on before his accident. The handwriting wasn't mine. The symbols flowed with a natural grace I couldn't replicate in my conscious state. I spent hours comparing it to samples of Robert's work that I'd secretly taken from his office at the university. They matched perfectly. My colleagues noticed the change. They commented on my newfound grace, my suddenly expanded knowledge base. I deflected their questions with vague references to online courses and late-night study sessions. Dr. Emerson grew increasingly suspicious, especially after I corrected her on details of Robert's medical history that weren't in his file. Intimate details about allergies and previous surgeries that only Robert would know. Sleep became my enemy. In dreams, I lived Robert's life with perfect clarity. I felt the love he held for Martha, his wife of 15 years. I remembered proposing to her by that willow-lined lake. I experienced the passion he felt when playing piano, the satisfaction of solving mathematical puzzles, the taste of his favorite jasmine tea. These weren't vague impressions. They were complete sensory experiences, as real as my own memories, perhaps more so. I found myself losing time during waking hours as well. I would be reviewing patient files and suddenly find myself 2 hours later in the hospital cafeteria eating foods I normally detested, but that Robert apparently favored. My preferences were being overwritten. My very identity was dissolving, replaced piece by piece with fragments of a stranger. The cold realization came one night as I sat reviewing the data. This wasn't a simple case of memory transfer. The electromagnetic pulses hadn't just created a connection. They had established a conduit. Robert's consciousness was flowing into mine, using my brain as a lifeboat while his own body healed. And with each passing day, the balance shifted further in his favor. I confronted Dr. Emerson with my theory. I described the episodes, showed her the journal entries, demonstrated the piano skills that had materialized from nowhere. Her face pallid as I spoke. She admitted that Robert's improvement had accelerated beyond anything explicable by current medical understanding. His EEG patterns were showing increasing complexity. More disturbingly, they had begun to sync with my own during my regular checkups. Two brains pulsing in perfect harmony despite being floors apart. She suggested terminating the experiment immediately. We could try to reverse the procedure or apply counter pulses to sever whatever connection had formed, but a part of me, a part I wasn't entirely sure was still me, resisted. She couldn't understand the intimate violation of having another consciousness intertwined with my own. How could I explain that I sometimes found myself loving a woman I'd never met, that I mourned the loss of concert halls I'd never performed in? That night, I woke to find myself standing in the Institute's parking garage with no memory of how I got there. My key card had been used to access restricted areas, including Robert's room. Security footage later revealed what I had done. I had adjusted his medication, recalibrated his monitoring equipment, and spent nearly an hour with my hand pressed against his forehead, my lips moving in silent communication. The next morning, Robert opened his eyes for the first time in 6 months. I felt it happen. I was shaving when a surge of triumph that wasn't mine flooded my system. My hands trembled so violently that I cut my chin. The blood seemed unnaturally bright against the white porcelain sink. I pressed my fingers against the bathroom mirror and watched my reflection perform actions I wasn't controlling. A smile that belonged to someone else. Eyes that held no recognition of the face they inhabited. I stopped going to work. I disconnected my phone. I covered every reflective surface in my apartment. But isolation only accelerated the process. Without external anchors to my identity, I became increasingly susceptible to Robert's influence. I would find myself having one-sided conversations with Martha, reassuring this woman I'd never met that I would come home soon. My hands constantly moved in practice patterns, playing invisible keys. Chinese characters filled pages of my journal, detailing thoughts and plans I couldn't read but somehow understood. The most horrifying development was the sensation of duplicated consciousness. I began experiencing moments of dual awareness, perceiving my apartment while simultaneously feeling the sensations of Robert's hospital room. I could feel the texture of his sheets, the coolness of the air conditioning, the pressure of medical equipment. During these episodes, I wasn't sure which body was truly mine anymore. After 2 weeks of self-imposed isolation, Martha came to my door. Dr. Emerson had reached out to her about my theories and the coincidental timing of my breakdown and her husband's recovery. She stood in my living room studying me with a mixture of fear and wonder. I knew everything about her: her childhood in Seattle, her doctorate in comparative literature, her preference for Earl Grey tea with a splash of milk, knowledge I had no right to possess. She asked me questions only Robert would know the answers to. Without hesitation, my lips formed perfect responses. The look of recognition in her eyes as I spoke in cadences and used expressions characteristic of her husband sent ice through my veins. She reached out to touch my face, and I recoiled violently, knocking over a lamp. The crash seemed to break whatever influence had taken hold of me. I begged her to leave, to never come back. I wasn't her husband. I was something else now. Not fully Daniel, but certainly not Robert. That night, I dreamed of the lab. In the dream, I was disconnecting the equipment monitoring Robert's vital signs. I was whispering in his ear that it was time that the vessel was prepared. I watched my hands, but they weren't my hands. Adjust V drips, prepare syringes. I woke drenched in sweat, certain that something terrible was about to happen. I drove to the Institute at 3:00 in the morning, my consciousness flickering between alertness and fugue states, where Robert seemed to take the wheel. The building was mostly empty, staffed only by the night shift. I used my key card to access the East Wing, moving with a certainty that suggested I or some part of me had done this before. Robert's room was dark, except for the glow of monitoring equipment. He lay awake, staring at the ceiling. As I approached, his eyes shifted to meet mine. Recognition passed between us. Something primitive in me wanted to run, but my legs carried me forward until I stood at his bedside. "You've been taking them," he whispered, his voice raspy from disuse. My memories, my skills, my life. My mouth formed words I didn't consciously choose. "You've been giving them to me, transferring yourself piece by piece." He smiled faintly. "Not transferring, duplicating. You're not replacing me. You're becoming another version of me." The monitors showed his brain activity spiking, synchronizing with what I imagined my own patterns looked like in that moment. I could feel him reaching out, not physically but mentally, probing the boundaries between our separate consciousnesses. Why, I managed to ask, fighting to maintain control of my own voice. "Redundancy," he replied simply. "Backup insurance." The experiment created a bridge. I merely crossed it. I felt a pressure building in my skull, a sensation of something forcing its way further into my mind. "You can't have my life," I said, gripping the rails of his bed until my knuckles whitened. "I don't want your life, Daniel. I want to share existence. Two bodies, two versions of the same consciousness. Think of what we could accomplish." The pressure intensified. Blood trickled from my nose as neural pathways reconfigured themselves, making room for more of him. I staggered backward, fighting the invasion with everything I had left. "This is my mind," I growled. "My body. For now," he said calmly. "But soon, the distinction won't matter. We're becoming something new, something unprecedented. Neither fully Robert nor fully Daniel. This time, I realized with horror that he was right. The boundary between us was dissolving. Memories were flowing both ways now. I could sense my own experiences entering his mind. My childhood in Boston, my failed marriage, my years of research. We were merging into a hybrid consciousness occupying two separate bodies. With the last of my strength, I pulled the neural synchronization data from my pocket, the original readings from both our procedures. I'd spent days analyzing them, looking for a way to sever the connection. There was only one solution. I lunged for the EEG machine beside his bed. Before he could react, I connected the electrodes to my own temples and initiated an electromagnetic pulse sequence, the exact inverse of the pattern that had created this bridge between us. Pain exploded behind my eyes as the machine hummed to life. Robert screamed, his back arching the bed. The monitors went haywire, alarms blaring as medical staff rushed in. I felt memories tearing away, piano concertos, Chinese characters, the taste of jasmine tea, Martha's smile by the lake, all ripped from my consciousness, leaving ragged holes where they had been. It's been 3 weeks since that night. Robert has stabilized, though he remembers nothing of our encounter or the apparent consciousness transfer. Brain scans show no unusual activity in either of us. The neural bridge appears to be closed, but sometimes in the space between wakefulness and sleep, I feel him at the edges of my mind, waiting, watching. My fingers still occasionally tap out melodies I shouldn't know. Chinese characters sometimes appear in my journal, written while I was supposedly asleep. Dr. Emerson insists these are just residual effects, echoes that will fade with time. But yesterday I found myself standing before the Institute's East Wing without any memory of walking there. And through the observation window for just a moment, Robert turned his head and smiled directly at me. I don't think the connection was severed. I think it's just dormant, waiting for the right moment to bridge the gap once more. And next time, I'm not sure which of us will be in control when it does. Sometimes at night, I hear piano music with no source. And in my dreams, I still visit that lake with the willow trees where Martha's always waiting, always watching, always asking when I'm coming home. Story 7. The first time I saw it, I dismissed it as a trick of light against the gathering dusk, a wisp of mountain fog that seemed to linger a moment too long before dissipating when I turned my head. Just another atmospheric anomaly to log in my daily reports. But after 3 months alone at Wind Peak Meteorological Station, I've learned that some phenomena defy scientific classification. Some things watch and wait. And I suspect now, as the fog presses against my cabin windows, its center pulsing with an internal glow like a distant heartbeat, that it's been watching me since the day I arrived. My name is Daniel Mercer. 6 months ago, I accepted a year-long assignment at Wind Peak, a remote observation post, perched at $9,000 FT in the Cascade Range. The National Weather Service needed someone to maintain the instruments, collect data on high-altitude weather patterns, and essentially serve as a human fail-safe when the automated systems inevitably glitched during winter storms. The isolation didn't bother me. After my divorce, solitude felt like a blessing rather than a punishment. The station itself is surprisingly comfortable. A main cabin with a small laboratory living quarters and a series of outbuildings housing additional equipment. Solar panels and a backup generator provide power. Satellite internet connects me to civilization, though the connection becomes spotty during severe weather. Weekly supply drops by helicopter ensure I don't starve. It's peaceful work, or it was until the fog arrived. I first noticed the anomaly 47 days ago. I was conducting routine maintenance on the anemometer mounted on the north ridge, about a 4-mile from the main cabin. The day was clear, unusually so, for early autumn at this elevation, with visibility extending for miles in every direction. As I finished recalibrating the instrument, I noticed a small patch of mist hovering at the edge of the ridge. This wasn't unusual in itself. Microclimates form constantly in the mountains, but something about its density and stillness caught my attention. Unlike typical mountain fog, which billows and shifts with air currents, this patch remained perfectly stationary. I made a mental note to check if the hygrometer readings showed any localized humidity spikes, then turned back toward the station. That's when I felt it. The sensation of being watched that sends electricity racing up your spine. When I turned around again, the fog had moved closer. Now, hovering about 50 ft away, still isolated, still contained, as though held within invisible barriers. I approached it cautiously, scientific curiosity momentarily overriding my unease. The mist was approximately 8 ft in diameter and seemed to float about 2 ft above the ground. As I drew nearer, I noticed the air temperature drop sharply, my breath suddenly visible in small, frightened clouds. I extended my hand toward the anomaly, expecting my fingers to pass through it as they would normal fog. Instead, I met resistance, not solid but distinctly physical, like pressing against a gelatin membrane. The fog swirled violently at the point of contact, and I jerked my hand back, heart hammering against my ribs. That's when I heard it for the first time, a sound like distant voices speaking in rushed, overlapping whispers. Not words exactly, but the unmistakable cadence of speech. I retreated to the station, my walking pace gradually accelerating to a run by the time I reached the cabin door. Inside, I immediately pulled up the atmospheric data from the station sensors. Nothing unusual registered, no anomalous humidity readings, no temperature drops, nothing to indicate the presence of what I just encountered. According to every instrument, the ridge was experiencing perfectly normal conditions. That night, I convinced myself I'd experienced some kind of high-altitude hallucination, oxygen deprivation perhaps, or the psychological effects of prolonged isolation. I even contacted Dr. Harrison, the project's consulting physician, describing general symptoms of lightheadedness and disorientation without mentioning the specific hallucination. He suggested increased hydration and regular oxygen level monitoring, but found nothing concerning in my vital signs transmitted through the medical monitoring system. 3 days passed without incident. I focused on my work, running additional tests on myself to rule out any physiological explanations. My oxygen saturation remained normal, blood pressure, heart rate, temperature, all within standard parameters. I began to relax, settling back into my routine. Then I saw it again. I was reviewing photographs from the automated wildlife cameras we maintained to study the impact of changing climate patterns on local fauna. Most contained nothing unusual, the occasional deer, a mountain lion passing through on its nocturnal hunt. Then I found one that made my skin tighten into goose flesh. The timestamp stamp. Two nights earlier. The image showed the eastern perimeter of the station, and there, clearly visible despite the darkness, was the fog. In the photograph, it had a distinct luminescence not visible to my naked eye when I'd encountered it, a pale blue glow emanating from its center. More disturbing still was its position directly outside my bedroom window. I checked the subsequent images from that camera. In each one, taken at 15-minute intervals, the fog had moved to follow the perimeter of the building, always positioning itself near windows or entrances. The final image taken at dawn showed nothing. The fog had vanished with the morning light. That afternoon, I hiked to each of the 8 wildlife cameras positioned around the station, retrieving their memory cards for review. Hours of methodical analysis revealed a pattern. The fog appeared only at night, only when I was alone in a particular section of the station, and always oriented toward my location. It was tracking me. I began documenting everything. I converted one of the storage rooms into an impromptu research lab dedicated to the phenomenon. I mounted additional cameras, installed motion sensors, set up infrared detectors. None of the electronic sensors ever registered the fog's presence. It continued to appear in photographs, growing larger each time, its internal luminescence intensifying. 4 weeks into my documentation, I noticed something that turned my scientific fascination into crawling dread. Reviewing the latest photographs, I discovered that the fog had begun to develop structure within its amorphous form. In certain images, when viewed from particular angles, I could discern what appeared to be a vertical orientation with a narrower upper portion and a broader base, not unlike a human figure. I reported none of this in my official communications. Monthly psychological evaluations are standard for long-duration solo postings, and I knew that reports of a sentient fog following me would guarantee an immediate evacuation and probable psychiatric hold. Instead, I presented the facade of a dedicated scientist engrossed in his work, while my private journals filled with increasingly desperate observations. The whispering intensified as well. What began as indistinct murmurs evolved into something more deliberate. Standing at the edge of the fog, which I now did regularly, despite my terror, driven by compulsive curiosity, I could almost grasp meanings within the susurration. Almost, but not quite. Like listening to a conversation in a language similar to one you speak. Recognizable patterns, tantalizingly close to comprehension. Sleep became my enemy. Each night I woke to find the fog pressed against my windows, its luminous center pulsing in a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. I began sleeping in different rooms without establishing any pattern, but it always found me. I covered my windows with aluminum foil, but could still sense its presence, a pressure in my ears, a metallic taste on my tongue. 52 days after the first sighting, I made a discovery that fractured what remained of my scientific skepticism. Reviewing old photographs of the station taken by my predecessor, I found it fainter, less defined, but unmistakably the same phenomenon hovering near him in several images. According to his logs, he requested early termination of his assignment, citing persistent insomnia and auditory disturbances. He was replaced 2 years ago by me. Last week, the fog changed again. I was returning from the Western Instrument Cluster at sunset when I saw it waiting on the path ahead. Larger than ever before, it filled the trail from edge to edge. As the fading sunlight struck it at an oblique angle, I saw within its depths a distinctly humanoid silhouette, not formed from the fog, but standing within it, a darker density, a shadow with mass and dimension. I froze, muscles locked in primal fear, as the shape within the fog raised what appeared to be an arm, extending it toward me in a gesture that might have been greeting or warning. The whispers surged to a crescendo, and for the first time, I understood a single clear word among the murmurs. Remember. I fled back to the station, barricaded the doors, and spent the night huddled in the communications room, emergency flare gun in hand. In the morning, I sent a carefully composed message to headquarters requesting a routine supply drop, with additional photographic equipment betraying nothing of my terror. The helicopter arrived yesterday, piloted by Jackson, who's been making the supply run since I arrived. As he helped unload the equipment, I casually asked if he'd noticed anything unusual about the station's surroundings from the air. His response chilled my blood. He said that for the past few months he's observed what looks like a perfect circle of dead vegetation developing around the station. From above, it forms a complete ring with the station at its center. Before departing, he showed me aerial photographs he'd taken, concerned it might indicate a fungal infection or chemical leak. The images show exactly what he described, a dark ring surrounding the station, approximately 30 millimeters wide. But I know the area intimately from my daily rounds, and there's no such ring visible from the ground. I walk through that supposedly dead zone every day and see only healthy alpine vegetation. After Jackson left, I ventured outside with a shovel and dug into the soil where the aerial photographs showed dead vegetation. 3F down, I found them. Bones, not animal bones, human fingers, rib cages, fragments of skulls, layer upon layer, going deeper than I dared to dig. Some appeared ancient, others disturbingly recent. I returned to the photographs from my predecessor and enhanced the background where the fog appeared. Behind him, barely visible, stands a figure watching from the treine, a figure with my face. Tonight, as I write this final entry, the fog has completely surrounded the station. From my window, I can see dozens of shapes moving within it, pressing against the glowing membrane that contains them. When the light hits just right, I recognize faces. My predecessor, the station manager who trained me, researchers whose names I know from old reports. They all share the same desperate expression, the same silent plea. The fog has begun seeping through the ventilation system despite my efforts to seal it. The whispers are inside now, and I finally understand what they've been trying to tell me all along. This isn't the first time I've been here. This isn't the first year I've spent at Wind Peak. Like the others before me, like the me before me, I've been here many times, living the same months, in endless repetition, forgotten, and remembering in cycles, as predictable as the weather patterns I was sent to study. The shapes in the fog are not trying to harm me. They're trying to warn me. They're trying to help me escape. Tomorrow, when the fog forms its familiar humanoid shape, I won't run. I won't hide. I'll walk into its embrace and let it show me what I need to remember. Perhaps this time, I'll break the cycle. Perhaps this time, I'll finally leave Wind Peak Station. Truly, leave it for good. The fog is at my door now. I can see fingers of mist sliding beneath it, reaching toward me like supplicating hands. The whispers have resolved into a single voice. It's mine. Story 8. The first time I noticed it was on a Tuesday morning. I raised my hand to adjust my glasses, and my reflection followed a beat too late. Just a fraction of a second, hardly noticeable, like a video call with poor connectivity. I blinked, and the mirror normalized. A curious anomaly, I thought attributable to sleep deprivation. After staying up all night grading midterms, I dismissed it and continued preparing for my lecture on cognitive dissonance in social psychology. By Thursday, the delay had become unmistakable. 3 seconds precisely. I timed it. I would move and my reflection would echo the action after an observable pause. I found myself standing before my bathroom mirror, methodically raising and lowering my arm, watching the reflection lag behind with scientific detachment. The rational part of my brain, the part that had earned me tenure at the university, searched for explanations, neurological misfiring, perceptual anomaly, early onset, temporal lobe dysfunction. I mentioned nothing to my colleagues. Academia is unforgiving to those who exhibit signs of psychological instability, especially within a psychology department where every behavior becomes fodder for analysis. When Dr. Chen asked why I'd been avoiding the reflective surfaces in the faculty lounge, I explained that I was testing a hypothesis about environmental awareness. She nodded with the vacant interest of someone already composing an email in their head. By the following Wednesday, the delay had stretched to 17 seconds. I recorded myself with my phone while standing before the mirror and captured the discrepancy. In the video, the mirror version of me followed my movements with the same predictable delay. Concrete evidence that something impossible was happening. Not a hallucination, not a breakdown, something else entirely. 2 weeks into this phenomenon, I began to notice subtle differences beyond the timing. My reflections' expressions didn't quite match mine. When I frowned in concentration, it maintained a neutral expression before eventually reproducing my frown. When I smiled experimentally, it seemed to hesitate before matching me. Like an actor who had forgotten his cue, I avoided discussing these observations with anyone. Instead, I strategically placed my phone to record the mirror while I pretended to work at my desk. When reviewing the footage later, my blood turned to ice water in my veins. During the moments when I had turned away from the mirror, my reflection had stopped mimicking me altogether. It had straightened its posture, tilted its head slightly, and appeared to be studying me, studying my movements, learning my patterns. The delay expanded to 43 seconds, then 2 minutes, then 5. Each morning I would enter the bathroom with dread pooling in my stomach, avoiding the mirror until the last possible moment. When I finally forced myself to look, I would see what I had been doing minutes earlier, like watching a time-delayed broadcast of myself. My pulse hammered in my throat as I watched this other version of me moving through a past I had already experienced. I covered the mirrors in my apartment with sheets, but found myself compulsively checking beneath them, drawn by a morbid fascination. I needed to know what it was doing. The night I caught my reflection smiling when I was not remains burned into my memory. I had entered the bathroom, frowning, consumed with anxiety about my increasingly erratic behavior at work. My colleagues had begun to notice something was wrong. Department Chair Wilson had recommended I take some personal time, his voice carefully modulated to disguise concern. I had insisted I was fine, though my trembling hands and darting eyes suggested otherwise. Standing before the bathroom mirror, my reflection appeared with the now expected delay, frowning as I had been minutes earlier, but as I watched its expression changed. The frown melted away, replaced by a slow, deliberate smile that never touched my own face. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead and back. My mouth went desert dry. The mirror version of me held that smile for 3 full seconds before resuming its pantomime of my past actions. I stumbled backward, my heart thundering against my ribs like it was trying to escape. My rational mind offered increasingly desperate explanations, visual misinterpretation, micro-sleep episodes, undiagnosed neurological condition, but none of them stuck. What I had seen was real. My reflection had gone off script. I began documenting everything. I set up cameras in every room positioned to capture both me and any reflective surfaces. I recorded constant video diaries, speaking my observations into my phone. Day 17, the delay is now approximately 8 minutes. The subject continues to exhibit independent facial expressions when it believes it's not being observed directly. Primary emotional display, curiosity. My teaching suffered during a lecture on false memory syndrome. I lost my train of thought mid-sentence when I caught my distorted reflection in the students' glasses. It appeared to be mouthing words I wasn't speaking. The student shifted uncomfortably under my fixed stare. Later, a teaching assistant asked if I was feeling all right, noting that I had been talking about mirrors for 20 minutes in a class about memory formation. I assured her I was fine, though my voice sounded foreign, even to my own ears. The footage from my cameras provided irrefutable evidence. When I wasn't looking directly at reflective surfaces, my reflection moved independently. It examined my possessions, tested its range of motion, and worst of all, it watched me in one particularly chilling video. I was hunched over my laptop with my back to the decorative mirror in my living room. In the mirror's reflection, my doppelganger stood facing me, completely still, observing my every move for nearly 4 minutes before resuming its delayed mimicry. When I turned around, sleep became impossible. I would lie awake, my body rigid with tension, listening for movement from the bathroom. The covered mirrors seemed to emit a subtle pressure, as if something behind them was pushing to get through. The sound of my own breathing seemed to echo slightly out of sync, creating a disorienting acoustic effect that further frayed my nerves. I found myself wondering if other reflective surfaces were affected. I began to notice slight delays in my image on computer screens, polished tabletops, even the dark window of my office after sunset. My reflection was expanding its territory. By the 4th week, the delay had stretched to nearly 30 minutes. I entered my bathroom one morning and saw my reflection brushing its teeth, an action I had performed half an hour earlier. It noticed me watching and paused mid-motion, toothbrush suspended. We stared at each other, neither moving, separated by glass and time. A thin trickle of toothpaste foam ran down its chin. It didn't wipe it away. My department placed me on involuntary medical leave after I was found in the faculty restroom, systematically covering all the mirrors with paper towels while muttering calculations about temporal displacement. My colleagues spoke in hushed tones about burnout, about the pressures of publication requirements and grant applications. No one mentioned how I had screamed when Professor Jameson had approached me from behind his reflection, appearing in the mirror before I knew he was there, alone in my apartment with all reflective surfaces now covered. I began to review the hundreds of hours of footage I had accumulated. What I discovered sent electric jolts of terror through my body, making my limbs spasm uncontrollably. The reflection was escaping. In footage from 3 days prior, I had been sleeping on my couch, the covered mirror on the wall behind me. The covering had slipped slightly, exposing a small portion of the glass. In the reflection, I could see not my sleeping form, but my doppelganger, standing in what appeared to be my bedroom. It walked toward the camera, toward the boundary of the mirror, and placed its hand against the glass from the inside. Then, with excruciating slowness, its fingers began to emerge from the reflective surface, pushing into the real world like a membrane stretching to its breaking point. The footage ended abruptly. Camera malfunction. The rational part of my brain suggested digital artifact, equipment failure. I knew better. I became obsessed with monitoring the borders between reflective surfaces and reality. I set up a perimeter of salt around all covered mirrors, a superstitious gesture that brought no comfort. I slept in 20-minute increments, never allowing myself to fully lose consciousness. The exhaustion painted the world in surreal colors, making everything seem slightly wrong, slightly distorted. The humidity in my apartment increased dramatically. Condensation formed on windows and walls. The mirrors wept beneath their coverings, dampness seeping through the sheets I had taped over them. The air felt thick, resistant, like moving through shallow water. Static electricity made my skin tingle constantly. In desperation, I contacted a former student who now worked in video analysis. I sent her selected footage, claiming I was working on a project about visual perception. Her response came hours later. "Dr. Harris, there's nothing unusual in these videos except you. The reflections are normal, but the software detected some anomalies in the footage of you, almost like you're being digitally inserted into the scene. Are you using some kind of filter or effects program?" I didn't respond. My hands were shaking too badly to type. That night, reviewing more footage, I made a discovery that stopped my breath entirely. In a video from my kitchen, I was making coffee with my back to the microwave door, which showed a faint reflection. In the reflection, my doppelganger was facing the camera, raised its hand slowly and pointed directly at me, not at my reflected self, but at the real me standing in the kitchen. Then it mouthed words I could clearly read on its lips. "I'm coming through." The implications crashed over me like a physical wave, sending me to my knees on the kitchen floor. It had developed awareness purpose. It had been watching me, learning me, preparing, and now it wanted to switch places. The next morning, my phone rang. Caller ID showed my mother's name. But when I answered, the line was filled with a sound like rushing water. Beneath that sound, almost imperceptible, I heard my own voice repeating, "Let me through, let me through, let me through." I hung up and immediately smashed my phone, then systematically destroyed every reflective surface in my apartment mirrors. Windows, the glass front of my microwave, the screen of my television. I worked methodically, wrapping each shattered piece in newspaper before disposing of it. No reflections, no portals, no way through. That afternoon, my department chair and a university counselor arrived for a wellness check after concerned calls from my mother, who had been unable to reach me. They found me sitting calmly in my devastated apartment. I explained with perfect clarity that everything was fine now. I had solved the problem. I had closed the doors. They didn't believe me, of course. I was placed on extended medical leave and strongly encouraged to seek inpatient treatment. I declined. I knew what I had seen, what was still happening. The cameras didn't lie. It's been 3 months since then. I've relocated to a small cabin in the mountains far from the university. No mirrors, no screens. I write these words by hand on paper. I've covered all windows and reflective surfaces. I avoid water except in small controlled amounts. Yesterday I noticed water pooling beneath the door of the bathroom I never use. When I pressed my ear to the wood, I heard splashing, someone moving, in water. I have not opened that door. I will not open that door. But sometimes, in the middle of the night, I hear tapping, gentle, patient tapping from inside all the covered surfaces. And sometimes I hear my own voice, slightly distorted, as if coming through water, whispering, "You can't avoid your reflection forever." The worst part is, I've begun to wonder which side of the mirror I'm really on. When the tapping comes, part of me wants to answer. Part of me wants to let myself in. Story 9. The first time I heard it, I thought I was dreaming. Notes that shouldn't fit together, somehow creating harmony. Intervals that defied conventional theory, yet resonated with something primal within me. The violin's voice pierced the midnight silence of my new apartment. The sound both exquisite and wrong, like watching a spider with too many legs construct a perfectly symmetrical web. I lay in bed, my body frozen, while my mind raced to analyze the composition flowing through the ceiling above me. As a composer who had lost his inspiration months ago, I recognized technical brilliance when I heard it. This was something else entirely, something impossible. I moved to the Blackwood building 3 weeks ago, seeking quiet and anonymity. After my disastrous symphony premiere at Carnegie, the critics' words still burned in my mind. Derivative, uninspired, mechanical. 20 years of composing commercial jingles and background scores had drained me of whatever spark I once possessed. The Blackwood offered what I needed: a pre-war building with thick walls, high ceilings, and most importantly, affordable rent in a forgotten corner of the city. The real estate agent mentioned its colorful history with a practiced smile, but I didn't care about ghost stories or urban legends. I needed silence to find my voice again. The violin music continued every night at exactly midnight, lasting precisely 47 minutes. I timed it never a minute more or less. I began recording it, hoping to transcribe the melodies. But each night, the composition evolved. Phrases that seemed familiar would suddenly diverge into new territories. Tempos shifting in ways that shouldn't work, but somehow did. The melody was never exactly the same, yet paradoxically felt like variations on a theme I couldn't quite grasp. There was something hypnotic about it, something that made me sit in the dark, with my eyes closed, breath held, as if the slightest movement might shatter whatever spell was being woven above me. After the 5th night, I tried knocking on my ceiling with a broomstick. The music didn't falter, not even for a beat. I contemplated confronting my upstairs neighbor, perhaps even collaborating with them, but something held me back. A strange reluctance I couldn't explain even to myself. Instead, I asked Mrs. Levine, the elderly woman in apartment 3B, who'd lived in the building for over 40 years. Her reaction wasn't what I expected. She insisted no one lived above me. According to her, the entire 5th floor had been closed off since 1978 after a fire that claimed several lives. The building owner kept it locked, supposedly due to structural damage that made it unsafe for habitation. When I pressed for details about the fire, she grew visibly uncomfortable, muttering something about a musician who'd gone mad. She suggested I was hearing pipes or perhaps the wind through damaged windows. Her hand trembled as she clutched her cardigan tighter, and I knew she was lying, or at least not telling me everything. That night, the music seemed to mock me. The violin's voice took on an almost human quality, crying out in what I could only describe as calculated anguish. My skin prickled with gooseflesh as I made a decision. I needed to see the 5th floor for myself. The next morning, I approached the building superintendent, an alcoholic named Harove, who cared more about his next drink than building maintenance. I fabricated a story about water leaking from above, damaging my ceiling. He dismissed me at first, repeating the story about the 5th floor being sealed off. When I slipped him a $50 bill, his attitude changed. With bloodshot eyes, he warned me that the 5th floor was condemned and that I'd be trespassing at my own risk. He wouldn't be responsible for any accidents. Nevertheless, he handed me a rusted key attached to a faded tag labeled 5th floor master. I waited until late afternoon when most residents would be out. The stairwell beyond the 4th floor was different. No lighting the walls, water-stained and peeling. Each step I took made the wooden stairs groan beneath me. The air grew noticeably colder and staler as I ascended, my lungs working harder to draw breath. A smell permeated everything, not the expected mustastininess of abandonment, but something acrid and faintly metallic that clung to the back of my throat. The fifth floor landing was blocked by a padlocked gate. My hands trembled as I fumbled with the key, the metal cold, against my sweating fingers. The lock finally gave with a reluctant click that echoed down the stairwell. The gate swung open with a screech that set my teeth on edge, revealing a dark hallway. I flicked my flashlight on and stepped forward. The layout mirrored my own floor, a long corridor with apartments branching off on either side. The wallpaper, once elegant, now hung in moldering strips. What struck me most was the silence, a thick, oppressive quiet that seemed to absorb the sound of my footsteps and breathing. I moved slowly, my heart thumping painfully against my ribs as I counted the apartment numbers. I needed 5D, the one directly above mine. The door to 5D was different from the others, unmarred by time or fire damage, its black paint glossy as if freshly applied, no cobwebs stretched across its frame, no dust accumulated at its threshold. My mouth went dry as I raised my hand to knock, then thought better of it. Instead, I tried the handle. It turned smoothly and the door swung inward without a sound. The apartment was empty, completely, impossibly empty. No furniture, no debris, nothing but bare wooden floors covered in a thick layer of undisturbed dust. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing walls stripped down to the lathe in some places. Water damage stained the ceiling, and all the windows were boarded up from the inside, allowing only thin slivers of fading daylight to penetrate the gloom. The dust on the floor lay in an unbroken blanket. No footprints, no sign that anyone had entered this space in decades. There was no way anyone could have been playing violin in this room. No way at all. I backed out, closing the door behind me. My breathing came in short, shallow gasps as I tried to process what I'd seen, or rather what I hadn't seen. I inspected the other apartments on the 5th floor, finding them in various states of fire damage and decay, but all similarly abandoned and thick with dust. By the time I returned to my apartment, dusk had fallen, and my rational mind was working overtime to make sense of the inexplicable. Perhaps the sound traveled from another building, an acoustic anomaly maybe, or a neighbor below me playing recordings. None of these explanations satisfied me, but they were better than accepting I'd been hearing music from an abandoned floor. That night, I waited for midnight with a tumbler of whiskey in hand, determined to approach the mystery with scientific objectivity. I'd set up my recording equipment with greater precision, hoping to triangulate the true source of the sound. Midnight came and went. No music. For the first time in weeks, the night remained silent. I felt an unexpected disappointment followed by relief. Perhaps whatever had been happening had run its course. Sleep came fitfully. In the gray hours before dawn, I dreamed a fire of screaming violin strings of melodies that twisted into themselves like Mobius strips. I woke suddenly, throat-parched sheets, damp with sweat. The dim light of early morning filtered through my curtains as I staggered to the bathroom to splash cold water on my face. That's when I saw it. My piano, a baby grand that had cost me more than I could afford, was open, the lid raised to its full height. Spread across the stand were pages of sheet music I didn't recognize. My legs nearly gave out as I approached it, a cold weight settling in the pit of my stomach. The handwriting on the pages was unmistakably mine. The distinctive way I formed quarter notes, the peculiar slant of my treble cliffs. but I had no memory of writing this music. None whatsoever. With trembling fingers, I collected the pages, scanning the notations. The piece was titled Midnight Sonata for Violin and Piano. And as I read through the violin part, ice spread through my veins. It was the exact melody I'd been hearing from above. Every complex phrase, every unorthodox interval, transcribed with perfect accuracy. But there was more. A piano accompaniment I'd never heard written as a counterpoint to the violin's voice. The composition was complete, spanning 17 pages of detailed notation that would take hours to write out. My heart hammered against my ribs as I sat at the piano bench, positioning my fingers over the keys. I began to play the piano part hesitantly at first, then with growing confidence as muscle memory took over. Muscle memory for peace? I'd never practiced. The hair on the back of my neck stood up as I realized my fingers knew exactly where to go, as if I'd played this piece 1,000 times before. The music filled my apartment, haunting and beautiful and wrong. As I played, the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to deepen and shift. The temperature dropped enough that I could see my breath clouding in front of me. And then, precisely at the moment indicated in the score, I heard it. The violin joining in from above, matching the piano note for notee, creating a duet between floors, between worlds. My fingers continued moving of their own accord while cold sweat dripped down my back. I couldn't stop playing if I wanted to. The violin above grew louder, more insistent. The sound no longer muffled by the ceiling, but immediate, as if in the room with me. I risked a glance up from the sheet music and nearly stumbled over a chord progression. A shadow stretched across my wall, the distinct silhouette of a person drawing a bow across strings, though there was no one there to cast it. I forced my gaze back to the keys, focusing on the music with manic intensity. The piece built toward what I recognized as the final movement. The tempo increasing, the harmonies growing more dissonant. The shadow on my wall elongated, its movements becoming jerky and frantic. My fingers flew across the keys, no longer under my control. The room grew colder still, my breath coming in visible plumes as my hands played the final measures. As the last notes faded, I heard something clatter to the floor above me like a violin being dropped. Then footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps, crossing the floor of the empty apartment, moving toward the door. I sat frozen at the piano, unable to move, unable to breathe. The footsteps descended the stairwell, each step punctuated by the distinct creak of old wood. They were coming down, coming for me. When they reached far by I finally broke free from my paralysis. I lunged across the room, throwing the deadbolt just as the handle began to turn. A knock followed, 3 precise taps that seemed to reverberate through my entire body. I pressed my back against the door heart, threatening to burst from my chest. "Who's there?" I managed to croak out. No answer came, but the knocking repeated, more insistent this time. I felt the door vibrate against my spine. "What do you want?" My voice sounded strange to my own ears, thin and ready. The knocking stopped. A long silence followed, broken only by the sound of my ragged breathing. Then a whisper came through the door, so quiet I almost missed it. To finish what we started, I recognized the voice instantly, though it was impossible. It was my voice. Morning found me still pressed against the door, my limbs stiff and aching. Light streamed through my windows, bathing the apartment in normalcy that felt obscene after the night's events. The sheet music remained on my piano, tangible proof that I hadn't imagined everything. I packed a suitcase with shaking hands, determined to check into a hotel, to put distance between myself and the Blackwood. As I was about to leave, I noticed something I'd missed. A final page of the score separate from the others. At the bottom in my handwriting, but not my words, was a note. The composition is incomplete. Return tonight. We have work to do. I should have left then. Should have run as far from the Blackwood as possible. Instead, I found myself studying the score throughout the day, making corrections, adding notations, improving upon what was already there. The music spoke to me, revealed itself to me in ways no composition ever had before. This was the masterpiece I'd failed to create my entire career, complex yet accessible, innovative yet timeless. I understood then what was happening, what had always been happening since the moment I moved in. The Blackwood had found in me what it needed. Not just a musician, but a composer, someone who could finish what had been started decades ago in the flames of apartment 5D. The building had a memory, and that memory had been waiting for the right collaborator. Tonight I'll return to my piano. I'll play my part, and the violin above will play its part. We'll continue our duet, the living and the dead, creating something that transcends both. The composition will be completed one way or another. I know this with absolute certainty, just as I know that after tonight someone else will move into apartment 4D seeking quiet and anonymity. And at midnight, they'll hear the most beautiful, terrible music drifting down from above a piano and violin in perfect, impossible harmony. I should be terrified. Instead, I feel only a quivering anticipation. After all, what composer wouldn't trade his soul for immortality through his music? And we're so close to finishing our masterpiece. Story 10, More. The book found me, not the other way around. I'm certain of it now. That leather-bound tome without a title had been waiting perhaps for decades in that forgotten corner of Blackwell's antiquarian books. As my fingers first brushed its worn spine, a jolt like static electricity shot through my arm, raising the hair on my neck. The shop's dim lighting seemed to darken. Further, the dust motes in the air, freezing in place, as if time itself hesitated. I should have put it back. I should have walked away. Instead, I purchased what would become my undoing. As a literature professor at Westmoreland University, for 15 years, I'd handled thousands of books, but none had ever felt so aware. The weight of it in my hands as I carried it home felt inconsistent, as if its mass shifted subtly when I wasn't paying attention. The leather cover was warm to the touch, regardless of the room temperature. These details registered as mere curiosities. Then now I recognized them as warnings. The first reading seemed unremarkable enough. A Gothic tale about a nobleman who discovers a secret passage beneath his ancestral home. The prose was elegant, if somewhat archaic, reminiscent of early 19th century British literature. I made notes for a potential lecture, impressed by several particularly evocative passages. Nothing suggested the nightmare that would unfold. Nothing hinted that the book was reading me as thoroughly as I was reading it. 3 days later, I opened it again. The familiar first paragraph greeted me, but by the third page, discrepancies emerged. The nobleman's name had changed from Edward to Edmund. The manor house was no longer situated on a moor, but perched atop coastal cliffs. I flipped back to check earlier pages, assuming I'd misremembered, but the text confirmed my suspicions. The story had altered itself. My academic curiosity overwhelmed my unease. I told myself there must be a rational explanation. Perhaps the book was some clever experimental text with subtle variations designed to play with the reader perception. I took meticulous notes, documenting the changes, expecting to find some pattern, some literary puzzle to solve. By the third reading, my rationalization crumbled. Not only had the story evolved again, but new chapters had appeared. The book, which I had initially estimated at around 200 pages, now contained nearly 300. The nobleman was exploring deeper into the passage, discovering chambers that bore unsettling similarities to rooms in my own house. The description of his study matched mine with disturbing precision, and the position of my desk by the window, the arrangement of books on my shelves, even the chipped corner of my favorite coffee mug. My heart pounded against my rib cage as I read a passage describing the nobleman discovering a stack of student essays on Poe's. The telltale heart, the exact assignment I had graded the previous night. My hands trembled so violently that I dropped the book. It fell open to a page I hadn't reached yet, where a sentence stood out in slightly darker ink. He will dismiss this as coincidence, as the scholarly mind must cling to explanation. My mouth went dry. I slammed the book shut and shoved it into my desk drawer, turning the key with fingers that felt numb and distant from my body. Sleep evaded me that night. Every creak of the house, every shadow cast by headlights passing outside my window, seemed imbued with malevolent intention. The rational part of my mind struggled against mounting terror, offering increasingly implausible explanations for what I'd experienced. The next morning, exhaustion clouded my thinking, but I convinced myself that fatigue and an overactive imagination had twisted my perception of the book's contents. I would show the volume to my colleague Diana, who specialized in rare books. Her expertise would surely provide the logical explanation I desperately needed. At work, I described my find to her over lunch, careful to frame it as a curious academic discovery rather than the source of my growing dread. Her eyes lit up with professional interest. When I opened my briefcase to retrieve the book, my stomach clenched with nauseating force. The volume appeared significantly thinner than I remembered. Diana examined it with gloved hands, commenting on the quality of the leather binding and the typical typesetting of the period. As she flipped through the pages, she remarked that it appeared to be a rather common Gothic novel from the 1830s. Nothing particularly remarkable other than its good condition. The story she described bore only a passing resemblance to what I had read, a standard tale of supernatural suspense without any of the disturbing parallels to my life. My skin grew clammy as I watched her read passages that to my eyes had contained descriptions of my home, my work, my daily routine. She sensed my disappointment and suggested that I might have overhyped the book's uniqueness in my mind. I nodded mechanically, accepting her assessment while doubting my own sanity. Upon returning home, I immediately pulled the book from my briefcase. The moment my apartment door closed behind me, a surge of adrenaline shot through my system. The book had doubled in thickness. My fingers shook as I opened it, already knowing what I would find. The story had transformed again, but now it contained a new element. The nobleman had found a journal within one of the chambers beneath his home. He was reading entries that mirrored my conversations from that day, including my discussion with Diana. The description of my mounting fear was clinically precise, noting my elevated heart rate, the cold sweat beating on my forehead, the tightness in my chest. The book was observing me, cataloging my reactions, like a scientist documenting an experiment. Then I turned to a page that hadn't been there before, where a single sentence stood alone. Tomorrow at precisely 3:17 p.m., Dean Winters will inform you that your request for tenure has been denied. I hadn't even submitted my tenure application yet. It was sitting half completed on my laptop weeks away from the deadline. I slammed the book shut, my breath coming in shallow gasps. This was impossible. Yet a part of me, the part that had felt the wrongness of the book from the first touch, knew it was true. The next day unfolded with the inexorable rhythm of a funeral march. Each class I taught, each mundane interaction with colleagues seemed to occur at a distance, as if I were watching myself perform familiar routines. At 3:15 p.m., my office phone rang. Dean Winter's secretary asked if I could come to his office. My legs carried me down the hallway as my mind screamed in protest. The dean's expression was apologetic, as he explained that the tenure committee had reviewed preliminary materials and felt my publication record was insufficient. They were giving me advance notice before I completed my formal application. He checked his watch as he finished speaking. It was exactly 3:17 p.m. I staggered home in a daze, unlocked my door with fumbling fingers, and went straight to the book waiting on my coffee table. It had changed position since morning, now lying open rather than closed. New pages had appeared again. The account of the dean's exact words chilled me to the marrow. But what followed was worse. Detailed predictions for the next week of my life scheduled by the hour. And then came the instructions. You will take the chalk in your left desk drawer and mark the following symbols on your bedroom wall before midnight. Elaborate, ancient-looking glyphs filled the next page. My body convulsed with a violent shudder. I had never purchased chalk, had no reason to own any. Yet, when I yanked open my desk drawer, a piece of white chalk lay atop my papers. I spent that night at a hotel, leaving the book locked in my apartment. Sleep came in fitful bursts, interrupted by nightmares of ink flowing like blood between my fingers. When I returned home the next morning, the chalk symbols I had refused to draw were already on my bedroom wall, the dust still fresh. The book had grown again, now heavy enough that lifting it required effort. The newest pages contained increasingly specific instructions. Places to go, words to speak aloud at precise times, objects to leave in particular locations. Each instruction was accompanied by a prediction that invariably came true, forcing me to accept the book's strange power. I tried destroying it. Fire wouldn't catch its pages. Water beaded on its surface without soaking in. A knife blade skittered harmlessly across the leather. When I attempted to abandon it in a dumpster across town, I returned home to find it waiting on my pillow. I sought help from a psychiatrist, carefully framing my experience as a series of escalating delusions. Dr. Kessler nodded, sympathetically prescribed medication, and suggested I bring the book to our next session. When I did, she saw only a collection of poetry by Blake, not the horror that continued to unfold before my eyes. Detailing my sessions with her and predicting her eventual conclusion that I suffered from paranoid schizophrenia, isolation closed around me like a vice. Each instruction I followed led to another. Each prediction reinforced the book's authority over my perception of reality. The symbols on my wall multiplied. Strange objects appeared in my home. Antique keys, jars of unidentifiable substances, photographs of places I'd never been but that the book instructed me to visit. The worst part was the growing realization embedded in the text. As I pieced together the fragments scattered throughout the evolving narrative, I understood that I wasn't the first. The nobleman in the original story, Edmund or Edward or whatever his name had become, had found a book just as I had. His descent mirrored mine, and there had been others before him stretching back through centuries. The book was building something page by page, instruction by instruction, A bridge, perhaps, or a door. The newest chapters hinted that my role was merely preparatory. I was clearing a path for whatever waited on the other side of that metaphysical threshold. Last night, the final instruction appeared. Bring the book to the address below. Enter alone. Place the volume on the stone altar in the basement. Leave immediately and do not return. The address led to an abandoned church on the outskirts of town. A crumbling Gothic structure that had been deconsecrated decades ago. Everything within me rebelled against following this command. Yet my body moved as if puppeteered by an invisible hand. The basement of the church contained exactly what the book had described. An ancient stone altar carved with the same symbols now covering my bedroom walls. As I placed the book on the cold stone surface, the pages began to turn on their own, faster and faster. A whirlwind of paper and ink. The air pressure changed my ears, popping painfully. Something was emerging not from the book itself, but from the space around it, as if reality were thinning, becoming permeable. I ran. The book had instructed me to leave, and for once I was eager to comply. I drove home in a state of near hysteria, convinced that whatever ritual I had completed would manifest in my imminent destruction. Yet here I sit hours later, somehow still alive, writing this account. The symbols on my walls have vanished. My apartment contains no trace of the strange objects that had accumulated. I almost convinced myself that the entire experience had been an elaborate delusion until I checked my email minutes ago. A message from an unknown sender contained a single line. Your services opener is complete. The transition continues. You are released. Attached was a manuscript, my own story from the discovery of the book to this very moment. My fingers hover over the keyboard, trembling as I type these final words. I know with bone-deep certainty that I've been used as a conduit, a temporary vessel for something ancient and patient. The book found me, used me, and has moved on. But a question burns in my mind, keeping terror alive like embers refusing to die. What did I help bring into this world? And more importantly, who will read these words I'm writing now, believing them to be mere fiction until they too find a book waiting specifically for them? Story 11. The static came first. Always the static. A persistent hiss between the tracks that shouldn't have been there on equipment this expensive. But in that white noise, something else, a whisper, a voice. My recording studio was supposed to be isolated from the outside world, surrounded by 12 in of soundproofing and situated 5 miles from the nearest neighbor. There should have been nothing but silence between the notes, nothing but emptiness. I was wrong. I'm Alex Mercer, a sound engineer with 20 years of experience. I've worked with the best and built my reputation on an almost pathological attention to detail. 6 months ago, I cashed in my savings and industry connections to build my dream. Threshold Studios, a recording sanctuary nestled in the woods of northern Vermont. The perfect escape from Los Angeles and its constant noise. The perfect place to start over after my divorce. The perfect place to be alone with nothing but the sound. The first month was exactly what I'd hoped for. I recorded 3 indie bands, an audiobook narrator, and mixed 2 albums. The acoustics were flawless, and clients raved about the isolation and clarity. The problems began in November, when the first snow fell and the forest around me transformed into a silent white expanse. I was archiving sessions from a folk singer when I heard it for the first time. Between the last note of Hollow Valley and the beginning of Winter's Grace, a voicemail, distant and buried so deep in the static that I initially thought it was an equipment malfunction or my imagination working overtime after 16 hours of mixing. I ran diagnostics, checked connections, and replaced cables. Everything was functioning perfectly. The next night, it happened again. This time I was ready. I isolated the track, amplified the signal, and applied filters to extract anything coherent from the noise. My heart hammered against my ribs as the computerized waveform processed my commands. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the chill that had settled over the studio. The hair on my arm stood on end as the static resolved into something almost but not quite intelligible. Over the following week, I became obsessed. My scheduled sessions were postponed under the pretense of equipment upgrades. I slept on the studio couch, my dreams infiltrated by whispers and static. My appetite vanished. I spent every waking hour attempting to clean up the recordings, applying increasingly sophisticated audio processing techniques. My hands trembled constantly. My mouth felt perpetually dry, no matter how much water I consumed. The isolation that had once felt like freedom now pressed in on me like a physical weight. On the 8th day breakthrough, the voice emerged from the chaos of white noise with sudden shocking clarity. 43, 8554, 69, 6393, 27.3924, 109, 1K74, 51P, 785, 1.1743. The sequence continued for exactly 93 seconds before dissolving back into static. The voice was male monotone and oddly familiar in a way I couldn't place. I recorded it, played it back, and confirmed what I already knew. These were coordinates, latitude and longitude pairs, pointing to 6 different locations around the world. My hands shook as I entered the first pair into my laptop. The screen displayed a remote area in Maine near the coast. The second pointed to a location in the Gobi Desert. The third, a spot in the Indian Ocean. The fourth, rural China. The fifth, England. The sixth, a small village in France. I began researching each location, the studio growing colder around me despite the heater, running at full capacity. My breath clouded in front of my face as I hunched over the blue glow of my computer screen. What connected these disparate points across the globe? The answer came after 3 days of sleepless research. My eyes burning and vision blurring as I scoured historical accounts, scientific journals, and obscure online forums. Each location had been the site of unexplained phenomena throughout history. Disappearances, time distortions, electromagnetic anomalies, reports of voices from nowhere dating back centuries. I needed to see for myself. The closest coordinates were in Maine, approximately 5 hours from my studio. I packed recording equipment, my laptop, and enough supplies for 3 days. As I loaded my car, the forest around the studio seemed to watch me with malevolent attention. The barren tree branches reached toward a slate gray sky like skeletal fingers. My breath came in shallow gasps that never quite filled my lungs. I told myself it was anticipation, not fear, that caused my hand to tremble as I turned the key in the ignition. The drive was a blur of highway hypnosis and talk radio that couldn't penetrate my preoccupation. The coordinates led to a small coastal town called Blackwater Harbor, population 872. According to the weathered welcome sign, the specific location was 2 miles outside town, an abandoned lighthouse perched on a cliff overlooking the churning Atlantic. The structure had been decommissioned in 1963, according to the historical marker, following a series of unexplained equipment malfunctions and the disappearance of 3 lighthouse keepers over its 80-year operation. I arrived as afternoon, slipped into evening, the winter sun already dipping toward the horizon. The lighthouse stood like a sentinel against the darkening sky, its white paint peeling to reveal the gray stone beneath, like something decaying from the inside out. The keeper's house, attached to its base, had collapsed partially, but the tower itself remained intact, its glass beacon long dark. The wind howled off the ocean, carrying salt spray and a deep cold that penetrated my layers of clothing and settled into my bones. I shivered uncontrollably as I gathered my equipment and approached the structure. Each step on the gravel path sounded impossibly loud to my trained ear, yet somehow muffled as if the very air absorbed sound differently here. The door to the lighthouse stood partially open, swaying slightly in the wind. Inside, the smell of mildew and salt permeated everything. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom, revealing a circular room with a spiral staircase winding upward. Dust particles danced in the light, swirling in patterns that seemed almost deliberate, almost communicative. I set up my equipment. Sensitive microphones, digital recorders, and EMF meter I'd purchased on a whim before leaving Vermont. The temperature had dropped noticeably since I'd entered, my fingers stiffening with cold as I connected cables and calibrated settings. I began a standard EVP session, asking questions into the darkness while my equipment recorded the silence that followed. After an hour of nothing but the wind and my own increasingly tense breathing, I decided to ascend the tower. The metal stairs creaked beneath my weight, each sound echoing up the narrow passageway. Halfway up, my flashlight flickered, dimmed, and went out completely. Darkness enveloped me, absolute and disorienting. My heartbeat accelerated to a painful rhythm. Sweat broke out across my skin despite the cold. I fumbled for my phone, activated its flashlight, and continued upward on trembling legs. The lantern room at the top was smaller than I'd expected, a hexagonal space surrounded by glass windows that offered a panoramic view of the turbulent ocean below. The massive Fresnel lens that had once projected light miles out to sea sat dormant in the center of the room, its glass prisms capturing and reflecting my phone's weak light in dizzying patterns across the walls. I set up another recorder and sat on the cold metal floor, my back against the lens housing. The constant howl of the wind against the glass created a sound remarkably similar to the static I'd been analyzing for weeks. I closed my eyes and listened with every ounce of my professional ability. There, beneath the wind, something else. A rhythm, a pattern, a voice. My eyes snapped open as my recorder suddenly emitted a high-pitched squeal of feedback. I lunged for it, but before I could shut it off, it stopped on its own and began to play. What I heard turned my blood to ice, my own voice calling out the standard questions I'd been asking downstairs just minutes earlier. But the quality was wrong. Tiny, distant, recorded on equipment, decades out of date. And beneath my questions, responses I hadn't heard at the time. Whispers, words just beyond comprehension. My hands shook violently as I gathered my equipment and stumbled back down the spiral staircase, nearly falling twice in my haste. Outside, the sun had fully set, leaving me in a darkness broken only by a sliver of moon, partially obscured by racing clouds. I needed more information. I needed to understand. The local historical society occupied a corner of Blackwater Harbor's small library. The elderly woman, who served as town historian, regarded me with suspicion when I arrived the next morning. My eyes redimmed from a sleepless night in my motel room. I fabricated a story about researching New England lighthouses for a documentary. Her demeanor softened slightly as she led me to the archive room. "We don't get many asking about the old lighthouse these days," she said, unlocking a cabinet filled with boxes of documents. "Not since that researcher from Boston about 20 years back." She pulled out a box labeled Lighthouse Records 1905-01-1970 and placed it on the table before shuffling back to her desk. Among maintenance logs and administrative correspondence, I found a folder containing audio recordings, actual reel-to-read tapes that had been digitized and stored on CDs. They were labeled as Anomalous Audio Phenomena, collected by Dr. Raymond Foster, Department of Parapsychology, Miskatonic University, 1972, 1974. I borrowed a pair of headphones from the front desk and inserted the first disc into my laptop. What I heard nearly caused me to cry out. In the quiet archive room beneath layers of tape hiss and the primitive recording technology of the era was a voice reciting coordinates. The exact same coordinates I'd extracted from the static in my studio. The timestamp indicated this recording was from September 1973, nearly 50 years earlier. The next recording stole the breath from my lungs. It was my voice, unmistakably mine, reciting the same questions I'd asked in the lighthouse the previous evening. According to the label, this recording was from October 12, 1974, 2 decades before I was born. My hands went numb. The room seemed to tilt around me as a cold sweat broke out across my forehead and back. The historian glanced over with concern, asking if I was feeling all right. I must have responded, though I have no memory of what I said. All I could focus on was the impossibility of what I just heard. I spent the rest of the day poring through Foster's notes. He had investigated temporal anomalies at each of the 6 coordinate locations, documenting instances where sounds, voices, and even radio transmissions seemed to bleed through from different times. His final entry, dated December 1974, mentioned breakthrough contact with what he called the observer, a presence that existed outside conventional time, capable of perceiving and interacting with multiple temporal points simultaneously. The last page of his notes contained a warning underlined 3 times. Do not attempt direct communication. Observer seeking anchor point. That night, back in my motel room, I played back the recordings I'd made at the lighthouse. Between my questions were answers I hadn't heard at the time, a voice responding to each inquiry with cryptic, fragmented statements. Threshold, crossed anchor, required convergence, imminent. More disturbing were the background sounds. Footsteps ascending the spiral staircase when I had been alone. And at one point, the unmistakable sound of my own breathing pattern coming from the opposite side of the lantern room. I packed my equipment with trembling hands and checked out of the motel at 3:00 a.m., unable to remain a moment longer. The drive back to Vermont passed in a blur of caffeine, adrenaline, and mounting dread. The static on the radio seemed to follow me across state lines, occasionally resolving into fragments of that same monotone voice before dissolving back into noise. The studio looked exactly as I'd left it, yet somehow fundamentally different. The silence inside felt expectant, waiting. I set up my equipment and began reviewing everything I'd learned, compiling a timeline of phenomena across all 6 locations. Patterns emerged, cycles of approximately 50 years, when the barriers between points in time grew temporarily thin. According to Foster's calculations, the next cycle was due to peak this month. I was at the center of it, somehow, both observer and observed across decades. That night, I recorded myself reading a message for Dr. Foster in 1974, explaining what I discovered and warning him about the coordinates. I played it between studio tracks, embedding it in the static, where the voice had first emerged. Then I retrieved the studio's original blueprints and made a discovery that chilled me to my core. Before I'd built Threshold Studios, the land had been empty except for a research outpost abandoned in the 1970s, owned by Miskatonic University. The next recording session revealed new voices in the static, Dr. Foster responding to my message. Other researchers across different decades. All of us inadvertently creating a conversation that spanned generations, connected through 6 convergence points around the world. The true horror dawned on me gradually. We weren't just discovering a phenomenon, we were creating it. Each investigation, each recording, each attempt to communicate strengthened whatever existed in the spaces between time. With each question asked, each recording made, we were thinning the barriers further, and whatever waited on the other side was getting closer. I sit now at my mixing console monitoring frequencies that shouldn't exist in nature. Outside, the snow falls in patterns too perfect to be random. The static between recordings has begun to appear during tracks, as well spreading like an infection across all my work. Clients have stopped coming disturbed by equipment that operates itself and phantom voices that call their names from empty rooms. Yesterday, I received a package. Inside was a reel-torial tape labeled in my own handwriting, postmarked 1975, containing instructions for a device that could supposedly seal the convergence points permanently. The components list includes materials that won't be invented for decades. The isolation that once brought me peace now feels like a prison. When the phone rings, it's always my own voice on the other end speaking from some point in the past or future. The coordinates repeat endlessly in my dreams, and in the static between every sound, I hear something massive approaching, drawn by our calls across the decades, using our voices as stepping stones across the gulf of time. I've begun building the device, though. Whether it will save me or complete whatever process I've become entangled in, I cannot say. The only certainty is that time is no longer a straight line for me. It circles back on itself like a snake eating its own tail. Like a sound engineer who discovers his own voice echoing back from decades before he was born. The static comes first, always the static. But I'm starting to understand now. It's not just noise between signals. It's the sound of something opening. Story 12. The first time I noticed something was wrong, I dismissed it as fatigue. A coffee mug placed on the edge of the kitchen counter when I was certain I'd left it in the sink. The bathroom towel hanging askew, still damp when I returned from work. Small discrepancies, easily rationalized. But like raindrops before a deluge, these anomalies accumulated until they became impossible to ignore. My home, once my sanctuary, had become a place of shadows and whispers, harboring secrets in its corners. And something was watching me. I've lived in this house for 3 years now, a modest 2-bedroom in a quiet suburb where the neighbors keep to themselves. The divorce left me with furniture neither of us wanted, and a newfound appreciation for solitude. I developed routines, found comfort in the predictability of my days. Wake at 6, coffee, work, home, by 7, dinner, television, bed, by 11, repeat. The sameness was soothing until it wasn't. It started with objects. My reading glasses moved from the nightstand to the coffee table. The remote control placed perfectly perpendicular to the edge of the sofa. A half-empty glass of water in the sink when I was certain I'd finished it before leaving for work. Moments of disorientation. Had I done these things and simply forgotten with stress affecting my memory? Then came the physical traces. An indentation on the couch cushion still warm to the touch when I returned home. A lingering humidity in the bathroom. The shower tiles speeded with water droplets despite having them dry when I left. One evening I discovered my computer chair still rotating slightly, as if someone had just vacated it moments before I entered the room. My skin crawled with each new discovery. I began checking doors and windows, obsessively confirming the locks were engaged multiple times before bed and immediately upon waking. Nothing was ever disturbed. No broken glass, no forced entry, no missing valuables, just these silent indications that my space was being occupied in my absence. I installed a security system cameras at each entrance, motion sensors in every room. The first week provided nothing, just empty rooms, silence. Began to wonder if perhaps I was losing my grip on reality. But then on the 8th night, the audio feed captured something that made my blood freeze in my veins. Footsteps, soft measured footsteps moving across my living room floor at 2:13 a.m. The camera showed nothing but an empty room, the furniture casting long shadows in the dim glow of the security lights. Yet the sound was unmistakable, the gentle creak of floorboards beneath an invisible weight. And then came the breathing, shallow and rhythmic, moving through my house like a current of cold air. And the feed from my bedroom camera showed me sleeping soundly, unaware. At precisely 2:15 a.m., the motion sensor at my bedroom door triggered, though the camera revealed only darkness. The breathing grew louder, closer to the microphone. I watched in horror as the blanket covering my sleeping form shifted slightly as if touched by unseen hands. My throat constricted as I reviewed the footage. The next morning, my palms left sweat prints on my laptop trackpad. I called in sick to work, spending the day methodically checking every inch of my house, looking for hidden entrances, signs of intrusion, any rational explanation for what was happening. I found nothing. That night, I couldn't bring myself to sleep in my bed. I positioned myself in the living room, baseball bat across my lap, determined to catch whatever or whoever was invading my home. The hours crawled by. My eyelids grew heavy despite the adrenaline coursing through my system. When I jerked awake at 3:00 a.m., I knew I'd missed it. The footage later confirmed my suspicion. Again at 2:15 a.m., the sensors had triggered in sequence from front door to bedroom, though I'd seen and heard nothing from my post in the living room. I began sleeping at hotels, returning home only during daylight hours. I installed more technology, an advanced thermostat system that mapped temperature changes throughout the house, hoping to catch heat signatures my cameras couldn't detect. The results terrified me beyond anything I'd experienced. The thermal data showed distinct human-shaped heat patterns moving through my empty house at night. Cold spots formed where a head would be, warmer areas corresponding to a torso and limbs. These silhouettes appeared primarily in the living room, and most disturbingly, standing beside my empty bed at night. A humanoid shape of slightly elevated temperature in the exact spot where someone would stand to watch over a sleeping form. My hands trembled as I showed the data to a former colleague with expertise in environmental monitoring systems. He studied the readouts with a furrowed brow before suggesting that faulty sensors might be to blame. When I pressed him, his expression shifted to concern. Had I been sleeping well? Was I under unusual stress? Had I considered talking to someone professional? The pity in his eyes made my stomach churn. I thanked him and left, knowing I'd find no validation there. The next phase was worse. I returned home one evening to find my laptop open, the screen displaying my own emails. I distinctly remembered shutting it down before leaving that morning. My heart hammered against my ribs as I checked the browser history. Searches I hadn't performed, pages I hadn't visited. Someone had been looking up information about me, digging through my digital life. That night, I stayed awake until exhaustion claimed me around 1:00 a.m. I dreamed of footsteps and cold breath on my neck. When I woke, my sheets were soaked with sweat, and every mirror in the house had fogged over, as if someone had been running hot water for hours. The timestamps on my security footage showed the system had been deactivated between 2:15 and 4:30 a.m., manually using my code. I changed the security codes, installed new locks, even considered selling the house. But some perverse curiosity kept me there, a need to understand what was happening. I set up experiments, leaving objects in specific positions, taking photographs of rooms before leaving, placing imperceptible markers that would indicate if things had been disturbed. Each test confirmed my fears. Something was using my home, inhabiting my space when I wasn't there. And increasingly, when I was, the pressure in my chest became a constant companion. Sleep eluded me. My reflection in the mirror grew gaunt, dark crescent forming beneath my eyes. Colleagues commented on my appearance. My distraction. I brushed off their concerns with vague references to insomnia, unable to articulate the truth without sounding deranged. I consulted a paranormal investigator. In a moment of desperation, he arrived with equipment I didn't understand: electromagnetic field detectors, infrared cameras, audio recorders designed to capture electronic voice phenomena. He spent an evening in my home face grave as his devices registered abnormal readings. Before leaving, he advised me that some entities attach themselves to people rather than places. His suggestion that I might be the haunted one, not my house, followed me into uneasy dreams. The pattern at 2:15 a.m. became so reliable I could set my watch by it. The motion sensors would trigger in sequence. Front door, living room. Hallway. Bedroom door. The cameras would show nothing, but the thermal imaging would reveal that same silhouette standing watching. I began leaving notes. First, demands to leave. Then questions about what it wanted, finally desperate pleas for communication. They remained untouched, yet somehow I sensed they had been read. One night, unable to face another hotel room, I forced myself to stay in my bedroom. At 2:14 a.m., I felt the air pressure change, the temperature dropping several degrees in seconds. My breath formed clouds in the suddenly frigid room. The hairs on my arms and neck stood on end. I kept my eyes fixed on the ceiling, afraid of what might appear in my peripheral vision if I looked toward the door. At exactly 2:15, the bedroom door opened slowly, though I could see nothing there. My muscles tensed, fight or flight response, screaming for action. Yet I remained paralyzed beneath my blankets. The pressure in the room intensified, a weight pressing down on my chest. I sensed rather than saw movement at the foot of my bed. A shifting of air, a bending of space where something stood, watching me. My heart pounded so violently I feared it might burst from my chest. The cold sweat on my skin turned to ice in the chilled air. Against every instinct for self-preservation, I forced myself to speak, voice cracking as I asked what it wanted from me. The silence that followed seemed to stretch into infinity. Then a response came, not in words, but in sensation. An overwhelming feeling of familiarity washed over me, as if I were being recognized by something that knew me intimately. The pressure on my chest eased, slightly replaced by a curious sensation of being examined, assessed. I managed to reach for my phone, activating the thermal imaging app with trembling fingers. The screen showed what my eyes could not perceive. A figure of blue and green hues, standing beside my bed, bent slightly, as if leaning toward me. The shape was humanoid, but imperfect, its edges blurring and reconstituting as I watched. Most disturbing was the face, or rather the absence where a face should be a void in the thermal pattern. Something cold brushed against my cheek. I jerked away, a strangled sound escaping my throat. The thermal image on my phone screen showed the figure's approximation of an arm extended toward me. As I watched it tilted what would be its head, a gesture almost questioning. That's when recognition hit me like a physical blow. The posture, the height, the way it moved, all sickeningly familiar. I recognized myself in this thing as if looking into a mirror that reflected not my physical form, but some essential aspect of my being. The realization sent waves of nausea rolling through me, my voice barely a whisper. I asked if it was me. The temperature in the room plummeted further on my phone screen. The thermal silhouette nodded slowly. Understanding broke over me in terrible clarity. The divorce, the isolation, the endless identical days. I had been sleepwalking through existence, a ghost in my own life. What haunted my house was not some external entity, but the absence I had become, the void where a person should be. I forced myself to sit up, to extend my hand toward the cold, empty space where the figure stood. The air felt solid beneath my palm, like pressing against glass. On the phone screen, our hands, mine of flesh, its of heat distortion, met in perfect symmetry. The encounter ended as abruptly as it began. At 4:30 a.m., the room temperature normalized. The pressure dissipated. The thermal image showed only ordinary heat patterns. I sat awake until dawn, mind racing with implications I could barely comprehend. In the days that followed, I made changes. I broke my suffocating routines, reached out to old friends, sought professional help for the depression I'd been denying. The incidents didn't stop immediately, but they changed in nature. The 2:15 a.m. visitor continued its rounds, but no longer stood watching me. Instead, thermal imaging showed it sitting in my reading chair or at the kitchen table, places where a person might comfortably exist rather than merely observe. Eventually, I came to an uneasy coexistence with whatever fragment of myself had split away to haunt my home. Some nights I feel its presence, a coolness in the air that follows me from room to room. The security sensors still trigger occasionally at 2:15, but I no longer review the footage with dread. I've learned to interpret these visitations not as a haunting, but as a reminder that isolation can fracture a psyche. That emptiness can take form if given enough space to grow. My home is still occupied by something other than just me, but I've come to recognize it as a part of myself I'd abandoned, now finding its way back. Sometimes late at night, I speak to it, telling it about my day, the steps I'm taking to rebuild my life, the slow process of becoming whole again. I don't know if it understands, but the house feels different afterward, less hollow. The thermal imaging shows its silhouette sitting opposite me, leaning forward, as if listening intently. I still sleep with the lights on. I still startle at unexpected sounds, but the paralyzing terror has transformed into something more complex, a recognition that the most frightening hauntings might be the pieces of ourselves we've lost along the way. Searching for a way home in the dark. Story 13. Shutter clicked and reality fractured. I didn't know it then, but that sound, that simple mechanical snap, would become both salvation and curse. Some doors once opened refused to close again. Some knowledge can't be unknown. The camera my Uncle Warren left me wasn't just an antique curiosity. It was a window into a future I was never meant to see. The package arrived on a Tuesday, 3 weeks after Uncle Warren's funeral. I barely knew the man, a distant relative who'd lived alone in a Victorian house on the outskirts of Millfield, someone the family spoke about in hushed, uncomfortable tones. The lawyer handling his estate contacted me unexpectedly. Apparently, Uncle Warren had specifically requested that I receive one item from his possessions, an old Polaroid camera from the 1970s meticulously maintained and stored in a hand-carved wooden box lined with red velvet. As a software developer, I appreciated vintage technology. Even if photography wasn't my particular passion, the camera was a beautiful piece, a Polaroid SX70 renowned among collectors. I found it odd that a man I'd met perhaps twice in my life would bequeath me something so specific, but the accompanying note only deepened the mystery. For Daniel, the lens sees what must be seen. 47 is the key. I initially dismissed it as the cryptic ramblings of an eccentric old man. The camera sat on my bookshelf for nearly a week before curiosity got the better of me. At my local photography shop, I purchased some compatible film, surprised to learn it was still manufactured for enthusiasts. That evening, I loaded the camera and took a test shot of my living room. Nothing special, just my sofa coffee table and the stack of programming books I'd been working through. The film ejected with that distinctive mechanical whir, and I watched as the chemical process slowly revealed the image. But what developed wasn't what I had photographed. Instead of my neat, organized living room, the picture showed the same space in disarray, books scattered across the floor, coffee mug overturned on the table, sofa, cushions askew. I assumed the film was defective or expired, just producing random imagery. 47 hours later, I returned home from work to find my living room exactly as it had appeared in the photograph. A sudden power surge had reset my smart home system while I was out, causing my robotic vacuum to malfunction. It had bumped repeatedly into the coffee table, knocking over my mug and scattering the books I'd left precariously stacked. The sofa cushions were displaced exactly as shown in the photograph. My hands trembled as I retrieved the Polaroid from my desk drawer. I remembered Uncle Warren's note. 47 is the key. 47 hours. The camera hadn't shown a random image. It had shown the future. And the next few weeks were our whirlwind of experimentation and validation. Photographed my desk at work, only to find the image showing a new monitor that my boss surprised me with 2 days later. I captured the street outside my apartment and saw road work that would begin exactly 47 hours after I took the picture. Each test confirmed what seemed impossible. The camera showed events precisely 47 hours before they occurred. I began using this power strategically. I photographed the winning lottery numbers, display, stock market screens, weather reports. Nothing major enough to raise suspicion, but enough to steadily increase my bank account. I photographed potential dates before meeting them, business meetings before they happened, traffic routes before commuting. My life transformed into a carefully orchestrated sequence of perfect decisions. For the first time, I felt completely in control, but something shifted around the third week. The photographs began changing in subtle, unsettling ways. I snapped a picture of my bedroom expecting to see something mundane, perhaps laundry I'd forgotten to put away or blinds I'd left open. Instead, the developed image showed my normally white walls tinged with a faint yellowish hue. I dismissed it as a quirk of the film's chemical process. 47 hours later, I woke to find my bedroom walls discolored with exactly the same yellowish tint, the result of water damage from a pipe leak in the apartment above mine. The maintenance worker who came to assess the damage paused while examining the wall, running his fingers over a small indentation near the baseboard. He asked if I had recently moved furniture against the wall. I hadn't, but When I looked more closely, I saw what appeared to be a symbol etched shallowly into the drywall, a simple curved line that resembled half of an hourglass. My throat tightened as I realized I had noticed this detail in the photograph. What else had I missed? I became obsessive about examining every millimeter of each new photograph. The next image of my kitchen showed a subtle shift in the alignment of my appliances, as if someone had moved them slightly and tried to put them back in place. 47 hours later, I returned home to find exactly that configuration, despite living alone with no visitors. When I checked my security system, there were no records of entry, but a 6-minute gap existed in the footage, a system glitch. According to the company's technical support, my palms grew sweaty each time I pressed the camera's shutter. Every new photograph revealed increasingly concerning anomalies. A window I always kept locked appeared unlatched. Kitchen cabinet doors stood slightly ajar. My computer monitor displayed unfamiliar code, despite being powered off. When I photographed my living room again, the developed image showed a coffee table, book I didn't own, centered perfectly on the surface. 47 hours later, I discovered that exact book, an obscure volume on theoretical physics, sitting precisely where the photograph had shown it. Inside the front cover, someone had drawn the same half-hourglass symbol I'd found etched in my wall. My heart hammered against my ribs as I frantically searched my apartment. No signs of forced entry, no evidence anyone had been there besides me. Yet, something or someone was altering my living space in ways too deliberate to be coincidental. I considered destroying the camera, but some inexplicable compulsion prevented me. Instead, I began photographing different locations, hoping to uncover the pattern, to understand what was happening. Each new image was more disturbing than the last. A photograph of my home office showed my desk chair occupied by a shadowy figure whose features were just out of focus. My bathroom mirror reflected a face that was almost, but not quite my own. The hallway outside my apartment displayed that same half-hourglass symbol painted across 3 consecutive doors, including my own. Sleep became elusive. My appetite vanished. Colleagues at work commented on my bloodshot eyes and jumpiness. I explained it away as insomnia from an intense project deadline. But internally, I was unraveling. Every unexpected sound made me flinch. Every shadow in my peripheral vision seemed to shift when I turned to look directly at it. I devised a plan to prevent these futures from manifesting. If the camera showed events 47 hours in advance, I would simply ensure those events couldn't occur. When a photograph showed my living room rearranged, I moved to a hotel for 48 hours. When another showed a strange symbol drawn on my bathroom mirror, I stayed with a friend and asked him to check my apartment after the 47-hour mark had passed. But avoidance proved futile. Upon returning to my apartment after the hotel stay, I found my living room arranged exactly as the photograph had predicted, despite the fact that I hadn't been home. My friend reported that when he checked my bathroom after the appointed time, the symbol was there on the mirror, drawn in what appeared to be condensation from within, not from the outside. Each attempt to sidestep these futures only seemed to make them more inevitable, as if the universe itself was conspiring to maintain the timeline shown in the photographs. The harder I tried to prevent them, the more elaborate the circumstances that ensured they occurred. Anyway, the morning I found a photograph I didn't remember taking was when true dread settled into my bones. It had developed and been placed on my nightstand while I slept. The image showed my living room transformed into something unrecognizable, furniture rearranged in a circular pattern, walls covered in mathematical equations and interconnected half-hourglass symbols, and 5 people in dark clothing standing in a precise geometric formation. Their faces were turned away from the camera, but something about their posture suggested they were waiting for me. My breath came in short, painful gasps as I calculated exactly when this scene would occur. 10:17 p.m. the following evening, I packed a bag, withdrew cash from an ATM, and drove 6 hours to a remote cabin I found on a last-minute rental site. No one knew where I was. I'd disabled GPS on my phone. I'd even taken a circuitous route, doubling back several times to ensure I wasn't followed. For the first time in weeks, I felt a measure of control returning. Whatever was happening, whatever future the camera had predicted, I had outsmarted it. The cabin was rustic but secure. I checked every window, every door, confirming they were locked. As sunset approached, I felt my muscles gradually relaxing. I might not understand what was happening, but at least I had broken the cycle. At precisely 10:15 p.m., the cabin's power failed. In the sudden darkness, my phone's flashlight revealed what my eyes couldn't adjust quickly enough to see. The cabin's interior had transformed. The rustic furniture had been rearranged in a circular pattern. The wooden walls were now covered in the same equations and symbols from the photograph. And as my light swept across the room, 5 figures in dark clothing stood in exact formation, their backs to me, waiting. One of them slowly turned, and I felt my consciousness deteriorate on the edge of something vast and incomprehensible. The face was mine, but not mine, as if someone had constructed a me that existed in a slightly different reality. Its eyes reflected my flashlight beam with the metallic gleam of a camera lens. It extended its hand holding something familiar, Uncle Warren's Polaroid camera. "You finally understand," it said, in a voice that resonated with my own vocal patterns, but carried harmonic undertones that made my skin crawl. "Time isn't linear, it's recursive. 47 hours isn't a prediction, it's a connection." My mind struggled to process what I was seeing and hearing. The other figures turned in sequence, each revealing a face that was a variation of my own, each altered in subtle but profound ways. One had eyes too widely spaced. Another's facial proportions seemed compressed. A third had skin that didn't quite move with the muscles beneath it. "We've been trying to reach you," my doppelganger continued. The photographs weren't warnings. They were invitations. Every alteration of your space was a calibration, preparing the convergence point. I backed toward the door, but found my body unwilling to flee. Some part of me, some primitive recognition system beyond conscious thought, knew these entities were somehow connected to me across dimensions I couldn't comprehend. Uncle Warren discovered the intersection, said, another of my not quite duplicates. He found that consciousness could transfer across adjacent realities given the right conditions. 47 is the harmonic frequency of dimensional permeability. My original doppelganger stepped forward, still offering the camera. "We don't want to frighten you. We need your help. Our realities are collapsing, folding into each other. The camera doesn't show the future. It shows the bleed-through." As boundaries weakened, the walls of the cabin seemed to pulse, the symbols glowing faintly with a light that didn't illuminate the surrounding space. The equations now that I looked more carefully described complex, multi-dimensional geometries and quantum entanglement patterns. I understood then why Uncle Warren had chosen me specifically. As a programmer specializing in quantum computing applications, I might be able to comprehend what was happening and potentially help stabilize the growing dimensional instability. My doppelganger placed the camera in my trembling hands. "Take a photograph," it urged. "Not to see 47 hours ahead in your timeline, but to see across to ours. We need to synchronize the dimensional harmonics, or all our realities will collapse into chaos." The camera felt heavier than before, charged with purpose and possibility. The fear remained, but alongside it grew something else: comprehension. I wasn't being haunted. I was being recruited. I raised the viewfinder to my eye and saw not just the cabin and its impossible occupants, but glimpses of other spaces, overlaid like translucent sheets. Versions of my apartment, Uncle Warren's Victorian house laboratories, and spaces I had never seen before. The shutter clicked and reality fractured, not in destruction, but in revelation. Some doors once opened refused to close again, but sometimes that's exactly what's needed. Story 14. The first time I heard the whispers, I dismissed them as wind through the canopy. A simple explanation for the soft, sibilant sounds that seem to follow me through the undergrowth. But wind doesn't form patterns. Wind doesn't pause when you stop to listen. And wind certainly doesn't know your name. My research into the old growth forest of the Blackwater Preserve was supposed to be straightforward. A 2-year botanical study documenting the unique ecosystem that had somehow remained untouched for centuries. The university grant provided enough funding for a small field station, a one-room cabin with basic amenities, a generator, and enough scientific equipment to conduct my research. Perfect for a solitary scientist like myself. Dr. Alan Mercer, eager to escape both academia's politics and the dissolving remains of a failed marriage. The forest possessed an unusual density of ancient flora, with tree rings dating back over 800 years remarkably preserved, despite the region's tumultuous history. Local lore spoke of settlers avoiding the area of indigenous people, using it only for sacred rituals of unexplained disappearances that plagued early logging efforts until they abandoned attempts to harvest the timber. These stories were precisely why I'd selected this location. Superstition creates preservation where science alone often fails. My first month passed uneventfully, cataloging specimens and establishing baseline measurements. The work was methodical, peaceful, punctuated only by the normal sounds of the forest, until that wasn't true anymore. The whispers began on my 36th day. I was collecting soil samples near a massive oak whose roots had formed an intricate lattice above ground. The sound was barely perceptible, a continuous low murmuring that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. I dropped my trowel, spinning in place, certain someone was watching me. The forest fell silent. After scanning the trees and finding nothing, I convinced myself it was the beginning of a migraine, packed up my samples, and returned to the cabin earlier than planned. That night, my sleep was fragmented by dreams of running through unfamiliar forest paths, pursued by unseen forces, while the trees bent inward, watching my flight with twisted faces hidden in their bark. I woke drenched in sweat despite the autumn chill, the sheets clinging to my skin like damp leaves. The whispers returned the next day, slightly louder, more distinct. They followed me throughout my work, ebbing and flowing in intensity, depending on my proximity to the oldest trees. I set up audio recording equipment, telling myself it was to document forest acoustics. A reasonable addition to my research, the scientific explanation, the safe explanation. When I reviewed the recordings that evening, my hands trembled as I adjusted the headphones. The whispers were there, captured clearly on the digital files. They had a rhythmic quality, almost like speech, but in no language I could identify. I sent the files to a linguistics colleague, attempting to sound casual. In my email, asking if she could identify what might be causing these interesting acoustic anomalies. Her response came back 2 days later. She couldn't identify the language, if it even was language. The fMIC patterns didn't match any known linguistic structure, not even extinct languages from the region. She joked that perhaps I'd discovered a new species of unusually chatty birds. I didn't tell her that birds had become conspicuously absent from the areas where the whispers were strongest. By the 6th week, I could no longer pretend the phenomenon was mundane. The whispers had organized themselves into distinct phrases, still in that unknown language, but now with clear inflections and repetitions. Most disturbing was how they responded to my presence growing louder when I approached certain trees and quieting when I retreated. I began mapping these areas, marking them on my field surveys, and found they corresponded to the oldest specimens in the forest. During a particularly intense recording session near a massive elder oak, I noticed something I'd overlooked. Carved into the bark, almost grown over by decades of natural healing, was a pattern of symbols, geometric shapes, arranged in a circular formation. I photographed them, made rubbings, and later found similar markings on 7 other ancient trees throughout my research area. That night's dream was more vivid than any before. I wasn't myself, but someone else. A man with rough hands and homespun clothing, moving through the same forest that somehow wasn't the same at all. I was performing some kind of ritual, carefully carving symbols into a young oak while chanting words that felt foreign in my mouth, yet familiar to my mind. The forest watched approving as I worked by the light of a waning moon. Upon waking, my hands act as though I'd been gripping a carving tool for hours. In my laboratory setup at the cabin, the potted plant specimens I'd been cultivating began exhibiting unprecedented growth patterns. The saplings bent and twisted toward each other, their branches forming the same symbols I'd found carved in the ancient trees. I documented this with time-lapse photography, watching in horror as they deliberately rearranged themselves overnight. No botanical mechanism could explain this directed growth. My colleague at the university's linguistics department called after receiving more audio samples. The tension in her voice was evident as she explained that while she still couldn't identify the language, she'd run the samples through various analytical programs and discovered mathematical patterns that shouldn't exist in natural sound production. She asked with an uncomfortable laugh that didn't mask her concern if I was playing an elaborate prank. I assured her I wasn't, my voice cracking with exhaustion from another night of someone else's memories. The whispers were now with me constantly, even in the cabin. They formed a continuous background murmur like mental tinnitus, rising to nearly comprehensible levels when I reviewed my notes or examined the symbols. My digital recorder captured them clearly, ruling out the possibility that I was hallucinating, but equipment began malfunctioning with increasing frequency. Battery packs drained inexplicably. Data corrupted for no discernible reason. In my 8th week, huddled over my journal as rain lashed against the cabin windows, I realized I could understand fragments of the whispers. They weren't speaking any human language I knew. Yet, somehow, meaning was forming in my mind, like sediment settling in still water. They spoke of a time before settlers, before the indigenous tribes, when the forest had stretched unbroken for hundreds of miles. They spoke of a people who had lived in harmony with the woods, who had understood the language of root and branch, of soil and seed. and they spoke of a bargain, broken of knowledge, buried, of history, erased. My dreams that night transported me to a clearing that still existed in the modern forest, though now overgrown. In the dream memory, it was the site of a gathering. People dressed in simple garments stood in concentric circles around a central oak, its trunk freshly adorned with the symbols I've been documenting. I, or the man whose memories I was experiencing, led a ceremony speaking words that made the trees bend and the earth tremble. The people were sealing something away, binding it with their combined will, using the forest itself as both lock and key. I awoke, knowing what the symbols meant. They were a written form of the tree language, a script designed to communicate with the consciousness that resided in the ancient wood. The shapes mimicked root systems, branch patterns, the flow of nutrients through vascular tissues. My botanical knowledge had been preparing me to understand this language my entire career. That morning I returned to the first tree where I'd heard the whispers. My hands shook as I removed my gloves and placed my palms against the rough bark. The response was immediate. The whispers surged into a chorus that vibrated through my body. I closed my eyes and embraced the vertigo as information flooded my mind. The forest was alive in a way modern science hadn't begun to comprehend. The old trees formed a mycelial network of consciousness that spanned centuries, preserving memories in their rings, communicating through chemical signals and electromagnetic pulses. The people who had lived here, the ones whose memories I'd been experiencing, had developed a symbiotic relationship with this consciousness. They had become its custodians, and in return, the forest had shared its accumulated wisdom. But settlers had arrived bearing steel axes in fear of the unknown. They'd seen the forest people's communion with the trees as witchcraft. Their harmonious existence as primed. The slaughter had been swift and merciless. As the last of the forest people fell, they had enacted a final ritual, embedding their consciousness into the oldest trees, preserving their knowledge until someone came who could understand. Someone like me. My skin burned where it touched the bark, but I couldn't pull away. Sweat rolled down my face as information continued to transfer. Centuries of observations of quiet witnessing, of patient waiting. The forest had recorded everything: the brutal displacement of indigenous tribes, the failed logging operations, the gradual shrinking of wild spaces as humanity expanded outward. It had observed, remembered, and waited. When I finally staggered back to the cabin, my notebook filled with frantically scribbled symbols, I noticed something that sent ice through my veins. The potted specimens had grown exponentially overnight, their branches now forming a complex, three-dimensional model of the entire forest. At the center was a perfect replica of my cabin, and inside that tiny structure was an even smaller representation of a human figure, me bent over a desk, covered in the same symbols I'd just been transcribing. The implications were staggering. The forest wasn't just communicating with me, it was studying me, using me as a conduit to understand modern humanity, just as I was using it for my research. Our relationship was reciprocal, but not necessarily equal. I had no way of knowing its ultimate intentions. That night I sat at my desk, surrounded by notes, recordings, and photographs, attempting to organize the information flooding my mind. My academic training battled with the impossible knowledge I'd acquired. Part of me still grasped at rational explanations. Hallucinogens in the soil, a brain tumor, elaborate self-deception. But the evidence had mounted beyond what any conventional science could explain. The whispers had grown so loud, they were almost conversational, forming complete thoughts that unfolded in my mind with growing clarity. They told me I had been chosen because I could bridge worlds, the analytical perspective of modern botany, and the intuitive understanding needed to comprehend the forest's consciousness. They showed me how the symbols could be used to communicate directly, to access the vast repository of knowledge stored within the ancient root systems. My fingers traced the patterns I'd drawn, and each completed symbol sent shivers of recognition through my body. I was reconstructing a language lost for centuries, becoming fluent in a form of communication that existed before written history. The dreams that night were different. I wasn't observing someone else's memories. I was experiencing my own future. I saw myself moving through the forest with newfound purpose, touching specific trees in sequence, speaking words that made the ground respond. I saw years passing as I translated the forest's accumulated knowledge into academic papers that revolutionized our understanding of plant communication, ecological consciousness, and bioremediation. I saw myself becoming a bridge between worlds, but there was something else in those prophetic visions, something the whispers tried to conceal, but couldn't hide completely. A sense of ownership, of being claimed by something ancient and patient and utterly inhuman. In flashes between the triumphant scenes, I glimpsed myself changed, my skin taking on the texture of bark roots extending from my feet into the soil, my consciousness gradually merging with the greater network until I no longer existed as a separate entity. Dawn found me still at my desk, my decision made. I would neither flee in terror nor surrender to assimilation. Instead, I would establish boundaries, communicate with the forest consciousness while maintaining my human identity. I would learn what I could share, what was beneficial, but remain myself. I packed my field kit and walked to the central clearing from my dreams. The whispers accompanied me, questioning, cajoling, attempting to persuade me toward full communion. I placed my hands on the central oak and projected my thoughts as clearly as I could. I would be a colleague, not a convert, a translator, not a sacrifice. The forest fell silent for the first time in weeks, a silence so profound it pressed against my eardrums like deep water. Then, gradually, the whispers returned, but different now, respectful, reserved, accepting the terms of our arrangement. I remain at Blackwater Preserve, continuing my research with an expanded scope. My academic papers walk a careful line, revolutionary but not so extraordinary as to be dismissed outright. My colleagues note my changed demeanor, my uncanny insights into plant behavior, but attribute it to the intensity of solitary field research. Only I know the full truth that I spend my days in continuous dialogue with an ancient consciousness, learning its language while teaching it mine. That my nights are filled with shared memories, spanning centuries. That the boundary between researcher and subject has blurred into something unprecedented. The whispers continue always. They are my constant companions, my greatest discovery, my most profound responsibility. And sometimes in the deepest part of the night, when my guard is down, I still feel the gentle tug of roots wanting to grow from my feet into the welcoming soil below. They can wait. I have time. We both do. After all, trees are very, very patient. Story 15. Time doesn't flow right in these mountains. I knew that even before I stepped into this tunnel, but I never understood how literal that statement would become. The mist that perpetually shrouds Sarah Hesvoses creates a natural sensory deprivation chamber, disconnecting you from the world outside. But what I found beneath in the Forgotten Railway passages carved through ancient rock suggests that some boundaries were never meant to be mapped. My name is Dr. Marcus Reeves, and as the lead geologist assigned to survey the abandoned Fovea Central tunnels, I've spent 3 months documenting structural integrity, geological composition, and potential hazards. The railway company's records are incomplete. Construction began in 1893 but was mysteriously abandoned in 1897 with a little explanation beyond vague references to unsuitable working conditions and acoustic anomalies. The government wants to determine if the tunnels can be repurposed for a modern transportation system, but they need comprehensive geological data first. That's where I come in. Alone with my equipment, my knowledge, and my growing unease, I first noticed something was wrong on day 23 of the expedition. The constant mist outside seemed to seep through the mountain itself, creating pockets of cold that defied thermal mappings. My digital thermometer would register sudden 15-degree drops that lasted precisely 47 seconds before returning to baseline. I documented these anomalies, dutifully attributing them to air current patterns through unknown fissures in the quartz site. A rational explanation, a comfortable one. Today marked my push into the deepest section, Tunnel 7, the final passage before the project was abandoned. The entrance had been partially sealed with concrete sometime in the 1920s, according to my research, with just enough space for a single person to squeeze through. My headlamp cast jagged shadows across walls of gleaming quartzite, the crystalline structure catching and fracturing light in unpredictable patterns. I'd spent the morning installing seismic sensors at regular intervals, methodically working my way deeper until my GPS tracker lost signal approximately 800 members in. The first truly inexplicable event occurred as I was calibrating sensor S17. A cold draft brushed against my neck. Not unusual in itself, but this particular current carried sound. Not cave sounds, not the drip of water or settling rock, but something that resembled human speech played backward. The hairs on my arms stood rigid as I instinctively pressed myself against the wall, my breath creating small clouds in the suddenly frigid air. I told myself it was nothing. Wind through some peculiar rock formation creating auditory pareidolia, the brain's tendency to impose familiar patterns on random stimuli. Yet, as I forced myself to continue working, the whisper returned, louder, distinctly, phonetic, articulated. When I played back my audio recorder later, I nearly dropped the device when I reversed the mysterious sounds and heard my own voice. Words I would speak 10 minutes later while documenting a mineral sample. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. Some bizarre acoustic phenomenon. Perhaps quartzite can create unusual resonance chambers. I'd continue my work and document this curiosity for later analysis, but as I gathered my equipment to move deeper, my headlamp illuminated something my previous sweeps had somehow missed. A narrow vertical crack in the eastern wall, barely wide enough for a person to slide through sideways. It wasn't on any of my maps or the original blueprints. The draft and the whispers emanated from this fissure. Protocol dictated I should mark the anomaly record, its coordinates, as best I could without GPS and continue my assigned route. But something pulled me toward that crack. Scientific curiosity, I told myself. I shined my light into the opening but could see only a few feet before the passage curved. The cold air flowing from it carried that same reversed murmuring, now accompanied by a faint metallic scraping. I hesitated, then made what might have been the worst decision of my life. I squeezed through. The passage widened after about 10 ft, opening into what appeared to be a crude tunnel extending perpendicular to the main railway passage. The walls here weren't machine cut like the railway tunnel. They showed marks of hand, tools, pickaxes, and chisels. My headlamp revealed the first of what would become a procession of disturbing artifacts. A rusted mining helmet from the late 19th century sitting upright on a small natural shelf in the rock, as if recently placed there, 20 FT, further an ancient hammer, then a lantern, each item carefully positioned, creating a trail deeper into the uncharted passage. I should have turned back. Every scientific instinct screamed caution, but professional curiosity overwhelmed common sense. I documented each item with my camera, noting how they appeared, weathered, yet deliberately arranged. The air grew colder with each step, and the acoustics changed subtly. My footsteps began returning to me, distorted, the echo arriving a fraction of a second before the sound itself. I clapped once to test this observation and felt my skin crawl when the echo preceded my action. Time was behaving incorrectly in this place. Approximately 50 meters into this new tunnel, the passage opened into a roughly circular chamber about 15 FT in diameter. My headlamp, typically reliable for 8 hours of continuous use, began to flicker and dim, despite being freshly charged that morning. The chamber walls were unlike anything I'd ever seen. The quartzite here had been polished to a mirror finish, not by modern tools, but by something that left subtle spiraling patterns across the crystalline surface. The floor contained concentric circles carved into the stone surrounding a central depression filled with what appeared to be small quartzite crystals arranged in a geometric pattern. As I stepped fully into the chamber, the ambient temperature plummeted. My breath clouded densely before me, and frost began forming on my equipment. The whispers that had drawn me here suddenly stopped, replaced by an oppressive silence so complete I could hear the blood pulsing through my ears. Then it spoke, not in reverse this time, but in my voice, perfectly mimicking my tone, my slight Midwestern accent, my characteristic pause between phrases. It spoke from everywhere and nowhere, the words seeming to form in the center of my skull rather than entering through my ears. I've been waiting for you, Dr. Reeves, for a very long time. My heart hammered against my ribs as I spun around, searching for speakers, for projectors, for any technology that could explain this. But I knew in that primal way, humans recognize true danger, that I was experiencing something beyond conventional science. I managed to ask what any rational person would. Who are you? The chamber answered before I finished the question, anticipating my exact wording. My own voice replied from the polished walls, explaining that time moves differently, where the quartzite reaches certain densities and compositions. That consciousness can imprint itself into crystalline structures under the right conditions. That the workers who discovered this chamber in 1897 had recognized its significance and sealed it away after what the voice described only as the merging. My scientific mind raced for explanations, even as my body responded with primal fear. Sweat pouring down my back, despite the freezing temperature. My muscles tensing for flight. My vision narrowing as adrenaline flooded my system. I backed toward the entrance, but found only solid wall where the passage had been. My voice continued explaining that perception and reality were malleable here, that what I experienced as minutes had been hours outside, that the quartzite chamber existed partially in another framework of physics. Most disturbingly, it suggested that I had always been here and would always be here, that my memories of life before this moment were temporal echoes of a future not yet experienced. My legs gave out then. I sank to my knees, my breathing shallow and rapid, the early stages of panic, making my extremities tingle with pins and needles. The temperature continued to drop until the moisture in the chamber began crystallizing on surfaces. My scientific instruments registered impossible readings. Negative atmospheric pressure, electromagnetic frequencies that shouldn't exist in nature, radiation patterns that cycled through values rather than remaining constant. The voice suggested I place my hands on the central arrangement of crystals. I refused. It knew I would refuse. It narrated my refusal as I performed it. The disorientation of hearing my own thoughts vocalized before I consciously formed them threatened what remained of my rational mind. Hours passed in what might have been minutes or days, compressed into hours. My watch ran backward, then forward at triple speed, then stopped altogether. I tried every possible means of escape, searching for hidden mechanisms, attempting to chip through the wall where the entrance had been shouting for help that couldn't possibly hear me through hundreds of feet of solid rock. Throughout it all, my voice continued speaking from the walls, narrating my efforts, anticipating my next moves, explaining patiently that I was experiencing the natural result of quartzite's unique properties when subjected to certain frequencies over centuries. It spoke of quantum entanglement of crystal in memory of consciousness as a wave function rather than a discrete phenomenon. When exhaustion finally overtook me, I collapsed against the chamber wall, my back pressed to the cold, polished surface. In that moment of surrender, something shifted. The wall became permeable, not to my body, but to my awareness. Images flooded my mind, memories that weren't mine, yet felt intensely familiar. I saw the original tunnel excavation, watched through multiple pairs of eyes as workers first breached this chamber and experienced the same phenomena. I witnessed their fear, their fascination, their gradual understanding. Most terrifyingly, I recognized myself among them, not physically, but some essence that I couldn't rationally explain, as if pieces of my consciousness had been here all along, fragmented across time, waiting to be reunified. When I regained full awareness, the passage through which I'd entered had reappeared. My equipment functioned normally again. The temperature had returned to standard tunnel conditions. Only the subtle whispers remained, now barely audible and incomprehensible. I fled, scrambling back through the narrow fissure into the main tunnel, my heart thundering so violently I feared cardiac arrest. I abandoned my remaining equipment, focusing only on reaching daylight, on escaping the mountain's grip. As I ran, each motion felt simultaneously new and remembered as if I'd performed this escape countless times before. It's been 3 weeks since I emerged from Tunnel 7. My official report describes a minor structural anomaly requiring further investigation with proper equipment and personnel. I've requested reassignment to another project citing health concerns. Both requests were denied. Tomorrow I return to Saravosas with a team of 3 additional geologists and advanced scanning equipment. None of them believe my private warnings. They attribute my behavior to oxygen deprivation or psychological stress from extended isolation. Perhaps they're right. Perhaps the human mind wasn't designed to perceive certain aspects of reality and manufactures explanations to preserve sanity. But I know what waits in that chamber. I know because part of me is still there, has always been there, speaking through crystalline walls, creating an infinite loop of perception and experience. And as I pack my equipment for tomorrow's expedition, I cannot shake one horrifying certainty. I've done all of this before, and I will do it all again. The role I play changes. Sometimes I am the discoverer. Sometimes I'm the voice, but the chamber remains constant, a nexus point where time folds back upon itself through the perfect acoustic resonance of ancient quartzite. The truly terrifying question isn't whether I'll return to that chamber tomorrow. It's whether I ever actually left